runs, and he could never make it to the Indian cricket team. And this gentleman was given the lead to take this cricket from where it was to where it is today. There is a lack of serious investments in the women cricket if you compare it with the men's cricket. And so to say, there was a historical neglect, if I would put it that way, of the women's cricket as nothing this thing comparison with the men cricket. And what they did a couple of days back was historic. I think we in the cold chain, in the pharmaceutical industry, we're expecting the cold chain players to do something like that. Probably we need a lot of more investment. We need a lot of more skilling. We need a lot of focus. We need a lot of standardization in this industry so that it can also contribute greatly to the quality of medicines that are being transported across the world. There have been instances where cold chains have played a big role. For example, when COVID struck, Pfizer BioNTech was a vaccine that required a minus 70-degree storage. And probably that was one of the reasons it could not be picked up so easily, because in a country like India, we didn't have the kind of cold chains required across the nation from the large cities to the smallest of towns. And that was one of the reasons why it could not become so widely accepted as compared to the Covaxin that we all used. In Canada, there has been an instance where one of the immunization program had become, a focus of a lot of attention, negative attention for the public because of the failure of this entire campaign. And it so turned out during the investigation that it was the cold chain that was responsible by the quality of the meds that reached the people was not good enough. And this entire immunization program, in fact, failed for a simple cold chain. There has been cases, for example, for Sandoz, there was a massive recall of enoxaparin injection, again, for the failure of cold chain. So these are silent players, but they do contribute a lot in terms of the quality of medicines that can reach people. For us in the pharmaceutical industry, contribution cannot be effectively converted into public benefit unless the entire distribution and cold chain is well set. And therefore, I think on the industry perspective, cold chain is going to become, it is already important, is going to gain a lot of more importance in the coming years. Central government has already drafted a good distribution practices guidance document, I think around 2024 last year. And we expect that by 2028, 2029, in next 4 or 5 years, it will turn out to be a regulation. And as we move towards regulatory framework for the good distribution practices, cold chain will get more and more importance in the way we look at quality of pharmaceuticals. In that context, I compliment the organizers of this event. And on behalf of IDMA, I would assure that we'll continue this interaction. And I look forward to a next Women World Cup kind of event where cold chain can take the next leap. My best wishes to the organizers and all the wonderful companies who did it here. Thank you.
I request Dr. Sanchit Chaturvedi to please come on the podium. Sir.
Good morning. Respected Shri H.L. Rao, Dr. Viranji Shah, respected regulators from Gujarat FDCA, Dr. Chabaria, organizers of chain community. Good morning. I'm Sanchit Chaturvedi. We are IDMA. IDMA is Indian Drug Manufacturers Association, the largest body of members in India. Surprisingly, you'll be happy to know it is not only in India but across the world. It is the largest association of members. IDMA has more than 1,500 members across India. Nowhere in the world there is an organization where a conglomerate of 1,500 plus members come together and facilitate in the policy making decision with the government. So we are amongst those proud members. And you'll be happy to know that Gujarat, not only in terms of the size of members, but also in terms of production, also in terms of exports, domestic and export and domestic, we add more than 35% of total manufacturing in India as well as whatever we export. So Gujarat has always played a very critical role with respect to pharmaceutical industry. Talking about our industry, it is going through a shift of change. Massive changes are happening with the revised schedule M coming in place. Good distribution practices is definitely one of those factors which will be taken up very seriously because Indian pharmaceutical industry is known as the medicine of the pharmacy of the world, and we to take that one step ahead. Good distribution practice is going to make a lot of impact. So as Viranchibai said, it is the step that needs to be taken. This is the state which has led, be in every way, be it our regulators or be it the industry. This state has always led the pharmaceutical industry in terms of digitalization, in terms of being the maximum number of US FDA facilities. So there's no doubt in my mind that this will definitely be the state where GDP will be implemented very religiously and efficiently. So my congratulations and best wishes to the organizers and the participants in the exhibition, and hope you get good leads and do good business. Wishing you the best. Thank you.
First, Nash Verma to stage and say a few words.
Morning, everyone. Honorable dignitaries, distinguished guests, respected speakers, industry leaders, and esteemed participants. We welcome you all at this conference, the Cold Chain Community Conference, organized by NAP CCM. So it's a great honor and privilege to welcome you all. And today marks a significant movement in our collective journey to strengthen India's cold chain ecosystem, a vital component that ensures the safety, quality, reliability of temperature sensitive goods across our food, pharmaceuticals, and healthcare sector. NAPCCM aims to develop and promotion of standards in cold chain management through its capacity building, certification, consultancy, and project services. NAPCCM evaluates and supports entities involved in cold storage and warehouses, distributors, wholesalers, retailers, refrigerated transport companies, logistic service providers, auditors, as well as the training institutions. Our aim is to foster excellence, trust, and sustainability within a cold chain sector, ensuring that products retain their integrity from the origin to the consumer. By encouraging adherence to national and international standards, NAPCCM contributes to enhancing food and medicine safety, prevent losses due to temperature deviations, because as we see right now, there are a lot of temperature deviations happening, as well as because of the climate change. The temperatures previously we used to call as ambient, which is also now coming into cold chain. Right? So that's where the importance of cold chain is coming up. And to promote the Indian cold chain competitiveness. This inaugural session brings together a distinguished gathering of government representatives, technical experts, industry stakeholders, academia, and thought leaders. It is an opportunity to deliberate on these evolving challenges and opportunities in cold chain management and chart a path towards robust, resilient, and global aligned cold chain network under GDP guidelines for India. On behalf of NAP CCM, I extend my warmest welcome and heartfelt gratitude to all our guests and participants for joining us today. Your presence and contribution will undoubtedly inspire meaningful dialogue and strengthen our shared mission of encouraging quality, safety, and reliability across the cold chain sector for storage and distribution of perishable and temperature sensitive products.
Request Mr. Service.
Thank you. I think Priyanka has come. Thank you for coming. We're waiting for you since when? Yes, so good morning and thank you to all the dignitaries, Dr. H.L. Rawatji, Joint Commissioner, Gujarat FDCA, and Viranchi Shah, National Spokesperson, IDMA, and Dr. Chaturvedi ji, and is the Chairman for Gujarat FDCA. Thank you for your time and thank you for considering to be part of this conference. So 1 year back, we just started, and I thanks to Avinash Verma. He's the founder of NAP CCM. He's from this industry, and I joined hand with Avinash Verma to start this. And we thought of, let us not start one company, let us start one community where everybody comes together and take part in GDP formation, and which is 11th, need of the hour. And I extend my thanks to all the advisors. So 2 of our advisors are sitting over here, Somani sir and Salil sir. And Ravi ji is also here, I think. So I thank everyone to be part of this community. We are taking it ahead with the support of you all. So today, our cold chain network is a backbone of sectors like pharmaceutical, healthcare, food processing, and even agriculture exports. Yet the challenge we face is fragmentation, multiple stakeholders, different processes, and varying interpretations of quality. Without a unified accreditation system, maintaining consistency and credibility across the diverse network becomes extremely difficult. NAP CCM addresses these challenges, head by offering a common national recognized benchmark, one that brings together manufacturers, transporters, warehouses, distributors under a single umbrella of standards and compliance. By implementing NAP CCM accreditation, organizations not only ensure that they meet international quality and temperature standards, but also enhance their regulatory readiness, brand credibility, and global acceptance. This initiative also plays a key role in strengthening India's GDP, which is Good Distribution Practice Framework. So, moreover, as India inspires to become a global manufacturing and distribution hub, a credible accreditation system like NAP CCM is vital to improve global perception and competitiveness. Through standardization, training, and accreditation, we are not just improving processes, we aim to contribute to the nation's economy growth by reducing wastage, improving efficiency, and building confidence in India's cold chain compliance system. We aim to standardize cold chain excellence, where compliance meets innovation and quality becomes shared responsibility across the ecosystem. So we invite every stakeholders, from regulators and logistic providers to manufacturers and exporters, to join us in the journey of building a safer, stronger, and more efficient cold chain ecosystem for India. Thank you so much, and thank you everyone for being here. And we have all the panels
all the day agendas are there. So please be here and please contribute towards the goal. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Can I hear it a little louder? Good morning, everyone. Came to Gujarat. Saro che, badda saro che. Well, thank you so much, and really apologize first of all for being late, Sarvesh sir and Ravina sir. I had met with an incident while coming from Mumbai, so thank you so much for bearing with me, and thank you and really apologize. Moving further, this is your host, MC. I'll be with you for the entire conference today. My name is Priyanka Happin, and on behalf of NAPCCM, I welcome you all. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, we are done with honoring our guest and of course with our guest speech. I take the opportunity and would like to welcome the organizing committee to felicitate our chief guest and guest of honor with the token of appreciation. With a huge round of applause, please. The organizing committee, if you can please come ahead. Would like to felicitate, yes, of course, Sarvesh sir, Avinash sir, to please come up on the chief guest and guest of honor with the token of appreciation. Can we please get the felicitation in process? Let's give a round of applause, everyone. It should be huge. Thank you so much. To our next guest of honor, could you please come on the stage? Could you please come on the stage here? Yeah. Well, we'll also take the opportunity and would like to thank Sachin Chaturvedi ji with a huge round of applause to our guest of honor, everyone. Come on, please, let me see it happen. Well, first of all, of course, we would like to take the opportunity and would like to thank the entire audience who have been here with us and gonna be with us for the entire conference today. We really appreciate your presence. To move on to the next segment, allow me a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings me further to our first panel discussion of the day. I would like to inform you all, as I welcome my panelists up on the stage, I want you to give them a gesture of kindness and affection with your round of applause, as and when their names are proclaimed. Also would like to tell you all, after every panel discussion, we'll be taking questions from our audience. Please keep it strictly to the subject line, and only 1 or 2 questions will be taken, considering the interest of the time. If you have any more questions to our panelists, you can feel free to connect them, and of course, ask them during the tea break. Thank you very much, and let's go with the panel discussion's name. The panel discussion is on the topic Balancing Compliance, Cost and Climate, the Triple Challenge of Cold Chain Packaging. I would like to welcome our moderator up on the stage, Dr. Rakesh Somani, Principal School of Pharmacy, Diva Patil University. Everyone, can we please pay a round of applause? Thank you so much, sir. Please take your seat. Let's welcome Mr. Rajneesh Agarwal, MD, Embelliso, India. Huge round of applause. He has come all the way from Bangalore, if I'm not mistaken. Huge round of applause, everyone. Our next speaker, Mr. Ravi Kumar, MD, NV Rentier, India. Huge round of applause. And our next speaker, Mr. Sitharaman Rao, Global Sales Director, Meticover Global. Huge round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much, the entire panelists. Please take your seat. And our moderator for the same is Dr. Rakesh Somani ji. He'll take over from there. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, as I have mentioned, the rules, 1 or 2 questions will be taken. Well, thank you so much. And here we go with our moderator, Mr. Rakesh. Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. So, good morning, one and all here. I think lots have been spoken about this cold chain management, cold chain community. Let us first of all give a big round of applause to these 2 people, that is Mr. Avinash Verma and Saurabh Chobe, for organizing such kind of gathering, such kind of conference. This is because that, independently and individually, we all are working in this field, some or the other way. But importantly, all of them have been brought together on this platform today to deliberate, to discuss what this cold chain management is all about. What is the future about this industry? What are the problems in this industry? What are the challenges? And most importantly, they brought the regulator also on this platform. Today's panel discussion is revolving around these 3 words: cost, that is very important for all of us. Then second is compliance, how we will comply to the regulatory requirements. And last but not the least, that is importantly the sustainability, the climate, the environment, how this particular cold chain community can contribute to that. Of course, the panel is limited to the aspects of packaging industry, and so I have 3 stalwarts with me, having experience of more than say 20 years individually. So 60 years cold chain management experience is with me here today, who are going to deliberate upon how this packaging industry is contributing effectively for not only for the pharmaceutical food, but also for the biotechnological products. So with me, we'll start with this panel discussion, and as said by our MC, that if there are any questions, we can take it at the fag end if time permits. So with me, we have a senior most acclaimed personality, Shri Sitharama Rao ji. Welcome, sir, to you. Thank you so much for with us here. Then on my left, we have Mr. Rajneesh Agarwal ji. Thank you and welcome again. And Mr. Ravi Kumar ji and Bangalore, they have come here to discuss with us. To start with, I would request our panelists to introduce themselves briefly, so that the audience will also get the understanding about what are the niche area they are working into. And then we will start with this with a rapid fire questions to the panelists. Thank you so much. Briefly, Rama Rao ji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, respected moderators. I'm Sita Rama Rao. I am from Metcover Global. I hold the role of Global Sales Director. I'm responsible for strategy, planning, and today I'm happy to be here. I have a of experience in packaging industry. I've started with logistics, on to softbox, that to be our global. And this opportunity, I really appreciate Naji and Taubeji coming out with this idea of NABCCM. And I wish them all the best. I'll be very happy to participate today.
Good morning, everyone. I represent Enviratiner. Enviratiner is a Swedish company having of both active and passive solutions, probably one of the largest product portfolio in this industry, cold chain industry. Very happy to be there in Ahmedabad here. Ahmedabad, I consider it as my second home, having lived here and then worked for pharma companies in Ahmedabad. And thanks to Avinash and Sarvesh inviting me for this conference, and happy to be.
Yeah, thank you, panelist. So, one or two things which I must highlight about the panelist. All of them are from the typically from the business development angle here. I mean, they have been contributing effectively. However, for a person to develop a business, you should have the technical acumen also. And I understand when I went through their biosketch or what we call CV, I understand their experience is really going to drive this panel discussion, and importantly, will guide all of us that how this industry is going to flourish. So for any industry to flourish, couple of things are very important. And first thing what we look into is what are the challenges this industry is facing today. So with our senior panelist here, I would request you, sir, to let us know what are the prominent challenges you see in this packaging industry, cold chain packaging, and to highlight those particular challenges, you can please give us a couple of examples also.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this opportunity once again. Yeah, cold chain industry, we have been talking predominantly, especially post-COVID. Post-COVID, a lot of noise about the cold chain, vaccines, temperature maintenance, and if not, what happens? These kind of issues have come up predominantly. Cold chain was there earlier also. Simply when earlier days, they used to use not in a proper form. They put some ice in a box and send across some fish or some fresh food, these kind of things. And that is never called a cold chain because they don't stand for the validation or testing. When it comes to the pharmaceuticals and perishables, the cold chain term and cold chain maintenance and cold chain management has come into the picture. Number one. Number two, this industry has been there since long, and as the industry is there since long, the challenges are there since long. Of late, post-COVID, there are a lot of companies have come up with cold chain management and cold chain packaging solutions and logistics service providers also. That is one way, is a good opportunity for the pharmaceutical and perishable industries, definitely. But then there are some huge challenges thrown up. Earlier, very few players were there. Then the cost factor didn't really come up. But now, as the number of companies and number of service providers and number of packaging solution companies have come up, then the cost factor has really kicked in. So first and foremost, when you talk about, sir, about the challenges, that I would like to highlight is the cost factor. Cost not as a really a challenging or it is a prohibitive, but everybody's mind that will be thinking, what will the cost? Suppose if I go and tell a customer, now I have an excellent packaging solution that can provide 120 hours of 2 to 8 or 15 to 25 or minus 20. The first question I'll go, how much does that cost? Because definitely he is worried about how much the outgo to maintain this kind of product. Because when we pitch in this kind of advantages which is not there earlier, the customer are so smart enough to understand how much it may cost out of my pocket. But before we really talk about that kind of cost, we have to always think of, as a pharmaceutical professional or a perishable professional, just let us take an example, a pomegranate going from Nashik to somewhere in Russia, or a life-saving injectable going from Ahmedabad to Latin America. What happens if a proper cold chain is not maintained? The end result is not so pleasant. You have lost the opportunity, not only the cost, but a very good opportunity of providing an end product to a suitable customer. An injectable, a life-saving injectable for a patient, a vaccine for a child, or a pomegranate for a food industry. So if you see this as a cost lost, then whatever the packaging solutions, what we are going to provide, that has to be really seen in that perspective, whether they are really a cost or how they are justified. So the cost definitely is going to be the factor. And the second is going to be the skill development. Unfortunately, this has to be brought into the, or fortunately, it has to be brought into the forum. Earlier, there is no skill development as far as the cold chain is concerned. As I said earlier, some time back, there is only one thermocol box people used to take and dump some water gels and send across. That is used to be called, temperature is maintained. Nobody knows exactly, no visibility, nothing. Nowadays, it is not so. There is a lot of ways and means where you can really establish whether it is maintained or not. So, to that extent, as the infrastructure is developing, as the packaging solutions are developing, as the world is evolving, as the pharmaceuticals is evolving, our biologics or biosimilars are coming in. So the skill development also is important, especially for the cold chain industry, who can really manage the cold chain end to end, starting from the warehouse to the last mile. That is one second thing. And the third thing, most important, is the infrastructure part of it. Many, as already sounded by the earlier, guest of honor and all, the infrastructure is going to be very important when we talk about cold chain, end-to-end cold chain management. Say the packaging solutions, what we provide, say the active solutions, what we provide, and especially when we talk about last mile, that infrastructure, that is the last mile. Last mile is very, very crucial in the. It is part of the supply chain and infrastructure. If it is not developed till the last mile, more number of warehouses, more number of cold chain warehouses, more number of energy efficient vehicles, so that it is not lost in the transit. So the cold chain will become a problematic if you don't develop this kind of infrastructure. So these are all the major factors, and nowadays, of course, not a problem, but as an opportunity. Again, a sustainability part is coming in. So all the companies, whether cold chain packaging solutions company or pharmaceutical companies, has to have definitely the factor of emissions, low emissions, carbon footprint, and sustainability in what we produce. Thank you, sir. These are all the things which we can discuss, and these are all the points. Most the points it has come to my mind. To start with in the cold chain industry.
Thank you, sir. So what you mentioned is about cost. Naturally, for any business to survive, cost is important. No doubt. You also focused upon infrastructure, which is as is it coming up. Most important part, what he mentioned, is about the skill development. And that is what I am into a picture as an academician or as a person who works for the human resource development. So I will go to Mr. Rajneesh and ask him why that human resource or skill development is so much important in this particular area. And do you feel that there is still a lacunae? Do you feel that there is really a scope for all such kind of human resource development? Over to you, please.
Yeah, thank you. We all know COVID was bad, but it has left a lot of learning in different areas. Especially when we talk about cold chain, at least we should be thankful that many people now, even the general public, the patients and all, we are all aware of the cold chain. Now we at least, when we go for a vaccine or a medicine, we know, okay, does it have any cold chain requirement? Is it maintained? The cold chain is maintained. So the point is the efficacy of the medicine has to be maintained till the last point. In terms of like skill development, again, a lot of education and a lot of awareness is still required in the industry. Today, like we being a part of the cold chain industry into packaging, active, passive, and other packaging, we work for a global market. So we still find that a lot of the skill or the people in terms of human resource development, in terms of academia or the skilled people, there is a lack in that, especially in the Asian countries or in India, there is a gap in between. So I think NAB CCM is one of the organization who has taken this initiative. But we, like when we see in terms of education, we have education in logistics, we have education in supply chain, but how it is connected with cold chain, that connection connection is missing. That gap is still there. So companies like us, we need people who are already skilled in this industry, because normally when we recruit people, we give them a special training on cold chain. We make them understand how does it work, because cold chain, every aspect, every parameter works. Why you select this solution. In terms of pharma companies, you produce the best medicine, the best vaccine, the best pharma product in the world. But how do you select the best packaging for your product? That is very, very important. For that, you need that knowledge, you need that skill, you need that education. So filling this gap is very important now, and to make everyone from the source, like from the pharma company till the end user, everyone aware of that, and that skill development for the companies who are involved in this production, it's very important.
Okay, yeah, I think you really emphasize on that part. But do you feel, apart from this, do you feel any other challenge
Yeah.
to this particular industry?
Yeah. Like most of the challenges were highlighted by Mr. Rao, and I'll just like to add 2 or 3 points in that. One is the last mile connectivity. So what is the last mile connectivity? Like when we have metro and all, we always know this phrase, last mile connectivity, okay, to reach to our destination. But in terms of pharma, when as a patient, when we go to the hospital, when we go to the pharmacy, and when we buy a medicine or a vaccine or any product which is temperature controlled, the pharmacy person, he'll take out from the refrigerator and then he'll give you in some pack. But how do you know that medicine, till it is injected to your body or till you take it inside or till you consume it, the efficacy is maintained? So that last mile connectivity is very, very important. And then there are a lot of companies who are coming up with that last mile solution, and that, again, the awareness. Especially, I would request the pharma companies, or I will suggest the pharma companies to, take this initiative from, like, you're producing it, you're keeping it at the best temperature, but till the last mile, that education, that skill has to be developed, and that to ensure that the medicine is goes to the patient at the right potency, right efficacy. It's very, very important. Second is, in terms of a company, how do you select the best solution? How do you compare? So apple to apple comparison is very important. Like when companies like us, we say we have a validated solution. What do you mean by a validated solution? Why it is so important in the packaging? Because the important factor is we deal with human lives. We should not forget that. Whether it's one vaccine, one medicine, anything, we are dealing with human life. We have seen this case with the cough syrup and many other examples recently. So it is very important to select a solution which performs, which works. Jugaad cannot work everywhere. Human life, you cannot, survive with a jugaad. Like a very simple example, when we see a traffic police, we wear a helmet. If we don't see a police, we don't wear. But ultimately, sir, to hamara traffic police ka nahi hai. So when we are saying that, yeah, we are dealing with or we are producing such medicines, and also we should have a proper packaging and a proper comparison is very important. That a proper solution should be there who maintains the temperature, who maintains the efficacy of that. It's very important. And the third point, which I would like to highlight, is the reuse of solution. Today, many companies, we buy thermocol solutions or other solution, we buy maybe 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 boxes every month. Where does this solution goes? Why don't we take some initiative to reuse them? Something which we have all quality SOPs, everything. So why can't we stand and take an initiative where we can, reuse this solution in a proper way? So that is very important. And then again, in terms of course, in terms of infrastructure, it is very important from the government side and from the different different organization, where they should step up and take initiative to develop some infrastructure to promote this reuse. And a lot of awareness and participation is required from companies, where they promote companies in terms of packaging and other companies, where they get a solution which can be reused or collected, and then it becomes a part of that life cycle. It is just not thrown somewhere and then it increases the landfill. All these 3 points I would like.
I think very important point, Rajnishji, you have raised. One is about awareness, that the pharmaceutical industries should be aware about right from the raw material to the finished product and last mile connectivity, what we are talking about, so that awareness is important. And second thing, what you said is about use of validated products. Now, you see, we have a mementos here. They're also packed into those bubble papers, And we also have medicine which is packed into the bubble paper. So now we need to, as a pharmaceutical, as a regulated market or industry, we should know that what kind of material we have to use, and keeping in mind the climatic aspects, particularly the reuse and recycle part. I will go to Ravi Kumarji. So apart from these 4 or 5 points, what both of them have said, do you feel there is any other important challenge which this particular industry is still facing?
I think sometimes being in the last to comment on the topic is very difficult because most of it is already covered. In the interest of time and the content, probably I will not repeat what was already mentioned, but probably just summarizing it in terms of 3 important aspects what we talked about. One is people, one is process, and the third one is packaging. So 3 P's. So people is the one what Mr. mentioned in terms of skill development, awareness of cold chain packaging, awareness of what impacts are there in case if you're not using the right packaging or right temperature conditions. Second is processes. Processes is it is more in terms of regulatory, in terms of quality processes within the organization, which is very important that it is not only that we give training to people, but that training, imparting training, but the processes also have to be developed in a way that you are using the right solution for the right kind of product and right kind of temperatures what is required. And I mentioned about regulatory. I think regulatory is also a very important aspect which plays similar to traffic police connotation what Avinash mentioned. Until unless we have a policy, until unless we have a regulation, people tend to take shortcuts. That is where we are working with the regulatory bodies also to come out with a appropriate GDP policy. There is an draft GDP policy which is there in the public notice already, where they are collecting the opinions from the public so that an appropriate GDP policy can be rolled out. And that will definitely influence the manufacturers and the service providers also to play a critical role in terms of what kind of packaging needs to be used for the temperature conditions which is needed. I think that's the second P. And the third P is the packaging solutions. Gone are the days where we don't have validated solutions in India. There are a lot of multinationals, a lot of Indian companies who are developing very good quality packaging systems, which is appropriate for Indian conditions as well. I think choosing the right packaging solutions based on the product requirements, based on the temperature conditions is very important for us, so that we are not treating a pharmaceutical product like any other FMCG product. In fact, we see so many trucks which are moving on the road with all the cold drinks and water bottles. The same cold drinks, when you go to buy in the retail store, it is taken out of the fridge. So we are witnessing how the cold drinks are treated on the road, which is in the open trucks, exposed to plus 40 or plus 45 degrees temperature. But can we treat medicines also like that? If the medicine is exposed to plus 45 degrees in a hot summer Ahmedabad climate, and then you take it out of a fridge at the chemist shop, it doesn't perform. No, the efficacy is gone. And it is not only the efficacy, but basically the medicine can act as a poison when it is administered to the patient, but you will never realize it is because of the medicine. So I think that awareness is very important for us, and we should definitely not play with the lives of the patient and ensure that you are using the right packaging solution for the kind of requirement what you have.
So I think you mentioned about this GDP. It means you wish to say that there are different yardsticks for the domestic market and for the export market. Do you feel that such kind of difference is there in the regulations also, or what are those points? If you can elaborate upon those.
I think Dr. Somani, you are putting an stir in the coffee cup now.
That's my job basically here.
When we are talking about domestic yardsticks for domestic and export markets, the reality is, the truth is basically we are treating domestic markets and export markets differently because the regulations are different.
Right.
Unfortunately, we don't mean to say that the product in the domestic market is inferior in
Correct.
quality. I don't mean to say that. But basically, the yardsticks are different. The regulations are different. The quality parameters are different. But when it comes to the consumption of the product. Of course, it is the same product which needs, which demands the quality of the product for the domestic market and the international market. Coming specifically to the cold chain packaging, yes, there are no regulations which are governed in the Indian market. And that is the reason it is open for your own assumptions. What is right for the product? What is what you feel is appropriate for the product, but there is no standardization. But when it comes to exports, every country, every regulated market have their own GDP guidelines. So we are bound to follow those guidelines. And that is the reason there's a difference in terms of how we interpret them.
So, continuing the coffee further stirring here, sir, I'd like to ask the same question. He mentioned about that there are no guidelines, particularly for the domestic market. Then, if that is the case, then how the community, particularly the cold chain packaging, is done, and what are those kind of parameters wherein this kind of packaging is to be taken care of?
Thank you. Yeah, see, here when we talk about domestic, we talk about the medicine. Whether we export or we supply to Indian patient, a 2 to 8 product has to go in 2 to 8, right? There is no compromise on that. A 2 to 8 product has to be delivered in 2 to 8, otherwise it is a failure. The integrity is lost. So the question here, Ravi Kumar sir, what he is mentioning is, if the 2 to 8 product is not maintained in 2 to 8, probably in our country, it will be just left it over, may not be taken up seriously. That's where Chaubey sir and Avinash were mentioning that they are going to engage with even retailers also. Education is very important. It is not because of they wanted to do it. It is lack of education. That's where I was saying skill development. How many pharmacies, if you go and ask them, they know about cold chain, you tell me. Many of them, they don't know. In fact, sometimes I order. My mother-in-law use their eye drops by name 9 p.m. eye drops, which is produced by Cipla. That has to be maintained 2 to 8. And most of the times I'll be watching, except few times, most of the times it is given as it is with a bare hands. Sometimes it comes with a gel attached to it, that is a crude gel, water-based gel, just they strap around with a rubber band and it is delivered. God knows how much potency is maintained in that. That poor lady is taking it, but fortunately, touch wood, there are no problems at least. But there we are getting contented in India. Chalo, theek hai. It is not giving at least side effects. If it is not doing benefit, it is not giving harm. But rest of the world, it is not so. In the United States and Europe, their guidelines are very straight. Whether you are maintained or not maintained. If you are not maintained, then you are out. There are many incidences where our consignments, which has gone to Turkey and all, just because they are unable to prove the temperature, and they have to entire consignment has to be taken back. It is the cost. It is the loss of so much money. Not only money. I always think that way. As a people who are in pharmaceutical industry, we have to be responsible. How many people would have lost the medicine because of this or delayed? So we have to think of that. It is mostly, I would like to say, every country, as everybody, every speaker is highlighting it, every country has its own very strong, laws in place or regulatory in place where they have to implement at least this kind of life-saving injectables or life-saving medicines or perishable foods which are consumed by humans has to be, given in a very proper temperatures and has to be maintained their proper supply chain. That is where I think when Avinash ji and Sarveshwar has come up with this idea, I definitely said that, yeah, this is a high time we have to educate, more importantly. Educate the masses, educate the government regulatory bodies, educate the industry as such, so that finally the beneficiary is everybody. And more importantly, the patient who is taking the medicine or consumer who is taking the food. So in that extent, regulatory anywhere or as you said, the bodies anywhere has to be very strict. Some part of the world, they are very strict. And in India and Asia as such, we have to definitely improve a lot. And that is the reason why we are sitting here today. And that is where we have to, take it forward, number one. Number two, here, engaging the all industry people are very, very important. the engagement at various levels. As again, of post-cold chain, post-COVID, a lot of engagement is happening. But the engagement is not, channelized or regularized. This is the body where we have to really, channelize that engagement, conduct the educative classes, and people like you especially. I'm very glad today you are sitting in the panel, sir, and I urge you also. You have to come up with some courses, this kind of things in your universities, so that highlight the importance. Why I mean to say university courses means, suppose a student is aware of this kind of thing, and if he make a career out of it, he can tell another 10 people to, take this up, and then maybe he can be a very good cold chain consultant, or he can be a cold chain professional. So more and more people has to come into this industry. So overall, it will be beneficial for the society. And mind you, one more thing, in future, the medications arena is changing drastically. There are cell therapies, gene therapies, there are biologics and biosimilars, where the efficacy has to be established in terms of your data logger, temperature performance. If it is 2 to 8, your data logger till the last moment has to show that it is 2 to 8, because there is now blockchain, IoT, live data loggers are coming in. Until and unless you prove that it is maintained, the cells otherwise getting injected into a patient's body, it will create a harmful effects rather than a positive benefit. I have promoted thymoglobin-like products where it's the live cells. They are the live cells. So when you are injecting them into the patient's body, it has to produce the desired effect. They will provide the desired effect when it is supplied in till the last mile in cold chain only. So future is going to be the cold chain. Why? The cell and gene therapies are increasing, biologics and biosimilars are increasing. They will rule the roost in the future.
Of course, very importantly, he has put up one responsibility on the academic community. We have Professor Chabria from the LM College of Pharmacy here. So we as an academic community certainly would like to contribute here and take it further. But as you all know that our country, every citizen of this country is aiming that India should become Vishwaguru, the leader of the world by 2047. That's why Honorable Prime Minister has also emphasized. And each one of us sitting in this audience must be contributing. So considering the time, I will take the final question. What is the future? He has touched upon the few aspects of the future. But there are challenges as we discussed. But apart from challenges, if you could summarize on two aspects, both of you. First, that what are the solutions to these challenges? That is one question. And second, what is the future of this cold chain industry, packaging industry particularly? These are the two common questions to both of you. Over to you, please.
Yeah, thank you. So the solution to the challenges is in our everyday life, we are learning and we have to learn and grow. So what we are talking about, the last mile connectivity, the awareness, the education. So with connecting with the academia and the companies, with all the stakeholders together, we need to increase this awareness and implement solution which works till the last mile, from the first point till the last mile, like patient bags or good packaging solution. So that awareness, that education, and that importance of that solution should come when we are selecting and when we are proposing that to the community. The second is what we are talking about, sustainability, which is coming in all different industry. So sustainability is very, very important. And when we talk about sustainability, it doesn't mean only about the product. From the point when we are sourcing the raw material till the last point when it goes to the patient. So every point, every step, sustainability is very, very important. So in terms of packaging, I would say we need to grow. We need to find companies. We need to find network where they work on a global network where packagings can be reused, or after the life cycle is completed, it can be processed into a different application. So we don't increase landfills, and then we make people aware, and even the government authorities, or if it is going to lab or some medical companies, hospitals, everywhere. all the consumers. So everywhere that awareness should be there and that understanding should be there. Like we are contributing. It's like something a box is coming to you, like Amazon. You order something on Amazon, a box is coming. You don't throw it. The box is saying, "Can you reuse me?" So it's something like that. So we, every individual, every company need to participate in that, learn, engage in that, and I think the future is sustainability. This and when we are talking about sustainability, at the same time we should focus on selecting the right solution. Maybe a solution which is very user friendly for your operations, which has good performance and which can be easily maybe stored in your solution and stored in your space and can be transported at different locations very easily. So I think these are the three important points which would let us grow and the future in the cold chain packaging.
I think there are two more pointers which I want to mention here. One is technology. How are we using technology to benefit of sustainability, improvement in our cost efficiency? As a company, Envirainer, we are focusing on adopting digital technologies, artificial intelligence, in order to ensure that our packaging solutions and our containers are available at the right place, right time, in order to fulfill the customer requirements. That is one aspect. And the second one is designing the right packaging solutions. When you mentioned about the world is changing in terms of the medicines and the delivery mechanisms, even in terms of biologics or cell therapies, what we see, in consultation with a lot of consultants, what we realize is basically the medicine, the volume of the medicine is going to become much smaller and smaller, and the number of shipments are going to increase because it is going to be more customized for the patient. And that is the reason I think we need to also design the right packaging systems which are needed for the customers, which are needed for the medicines. So the packaging is going to get more smaller and smaller, and the temperature ranges are going to be much more deeper. So when we are talking about cell therapy, gene therapy, or biologics, negative temperatures, particularly minus 40 degrees, minus 150 degrees, which is basically the cryogenic temperatures, are very much needed to replicate the lab conditions. And we are focusing both on technology and as well as designing the right packaging solutions to meet the future requirements.
Sir, your closing remarks with reference to the future of this particular industry.
Thank you, sir. The R&D for any industry, innovation and R&D is the hallmark. Today the respected panel members, two are sitting with me. One is the company is from France, the other is from Germany. So there is something which has to happen like that from India also. The innovation is ultimate. And when I say innovation and R&D, definitely India is a different cup of tea. If you take Baddi, the temperature is sometimes in winter, it will be 0 degrees or 2 degrees or 3 degrees. At the same time, winter, if you go to Cochin, it will be 35 degrees centigrade. So in India itself, we have seen two different, spans of temperatures. So the pharmaceutical companies are distribution also, it's a very big question mark. What packaging to be adapted to send to, there is no universal packaging for both the medicine, same medicine for the both destinations. You can't use 2 to 8 to send to Baddi a medicine. You can't use the 15 to 25 packaging to the same medicine to Kochi. So India-centric innovation has to happen. That's what I always highlight about. India, why not India? India temperature profiles. India should have a temperature. Now, why only ISTA 70? Why not India profiles? India summers are sometimes 45. It will touch even 48 also. So why not India-centric solutions, Indian research, so that our packaging solutions are more suitable for our kind of environment effects? Because as some speakers highlighted, crisis is real. Let us not shy away. The rains, the cyclones, what we are getting is because of climate crisis. We are all contributors for that. We have all contributed for the global warming, because of which there are untimely rains, untimely, cold waves, and untimely this kind of cyclone. So the same way, untimely, as somebody rightly said, the ambient profile itself is changing now. The profile of temperatures are changing now. India, it is different. Europe, it is different. So maybe the right time you people have started this. So we have to do more R&D, innovation in as such in an Indian scenario. I mean, all has to come together. When academia, pharmaceutical industry, cold chain packaging solution providers, and logistics solutions providers, and general in public, and retailers, pharmaceuticals. All of us has come together and redefine the whole cold chain, logistics with the help of the innovation, technology, and visibility finally. Today, the visibility plays a vital role. The days are gone where you see all in the records and then, we have maintained. Objective terms, nobody will accept. Until and unless it is visible, the temperature is maintained. Yes, show the proof. Yes, fine. Is it validated? Fine. It is tested? Fine. Show the proof. So this kind of visibility is very important. The days will come in India also where all the regulatory things are implemented. We have to follow this. So my final word as such in this is we are all here together. Good that we are coming together when compared with a decade back. When I was promoting these products, the awareness is much lower. Nobody know what is cold chain, and immediately everybody say, oh, we don't use these packaging kind of solutions. Please don't touch us. Don't waste our time. Now at least they are welcoming you. So this is the time where the industry bodies like cold chain packaging solutions, their team, the sales team and all, to engage with the manufacturers and the end users and finally come up with a very good, robust system in place with an innovation and R&D background, robust system, so that it will be a guidance for the future generations. Thank you, sir.
I think to end this panel discussion, of course, there are a lot of questions in my mind also, but considering the paucity of the time and other activities, the topic is all about balancing the cost, compliance, and importantly, the climate, the sustainability. So very rightly said by our senior member of the panel that there has to be India-centric innovations. There has to be a role of each one of us, the academia, the industry, the thought leaders, everyone come together and find out. And that's why they say that coming together is beginning and working together is success. Let us work together to bring this cold chain community a great success for our own country and importantly for the existence of humanity. With that, I thank each one of you for patient listening and thank you to my fellow panelists for giving their inputs. And importantly, I thank NAPCCM for giving us an opportunity to discuss this topic here. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, all the panelists. Can we please pay a round of applause, everyone? Come on, let me hear it louder. Thank you so much for paying close attention to our first panel discussion, everyone. And with your permission, panelists, can we please pass on the mic to our audience so we can take few questions? All you have to simply do is please introduce yourself and please raise your hands so we can pass the mic to you.
So you may ask a question to a specific panelist particularly, and otherwise a general question can be thrown also, not a problem.
Yeah.
Maybe a couple of questions, right?
We'll take two questions.
Please.
Sir.
Any question there?
Yes, over there to that gentleman. Could you please stand for us, sir? Yeah.
हेलो मैं अरविंद कुमार टोरेंट फार्मा से ठीक है बेसिकली जब टेम्परेचर कंट्रोल की बात होती है तो 2 to 8 की बात होती है माइनस टेम्परेचर की बात होती है एक टेम्परेचर रेंज और आता है कंट्रोल रूम टेम्परेचर 15 to 25 के बीच में ठीक है मैं भी बहुत दिन से करीब 20 साल से मैं भी फार्मा इंडस्ट्री में हूँ बट मैं सॉल्यूशनिंग के पार्ट पे जाऊँ तो ना ही पैकेजिंग इंडस्ट्री से और ना ही लॉजिस्टिक से कुछ मेजर सॉल्यूशन मिलता है इसमें तो पैकेजिंग इंडस्ट्री कुछ सोच रही है क्या इस बारे में कि कंट्रोल रूम टेम्परेचर के बारे में भी कुछ डेवलप किया जाए
Sir, I think most commonly used temperature ranges are 3 temperature ranges, 15 to 25, plus 15 to 25, 2 to 8 degrees, and minus 15 to minus 20. Most commonly used. Out of that, the temperature conditions which are used for the injectables and vaccines are mostly 2 to 8. इसलिए क्या 2 to 8 का ज़्यादा जिक्र होता है बट ऐसे नहीं कि 15-25 का अवेलेबल नहीं है 15-25 का भी अवेलेबल है बट नीचे एग्जीबिशन चल रहा है, सबका सबका एक एक बूथ है वहां पर, एंड एवरीवन हैज गॉट डिफरेंट सॉल्यूशन फॉर 1525. अभी पहले क्या होता था, 1525 यूज्ड टू बी कंसिडर्ड एज एम्बिएंट टेम्परेचर. Ambient temperature is different in Europe, ambient temperature is different in India, and that is the reason nowadays the regulatory authorities are also mentioning or asking all the pharma companies to mention the temperature specifically on the label claim, not a general claim that store in dry and cool place. पहले होता था, पहले कफ सिरप में देखेंगे, आजकल भी कहीं लिखा रहेगा store in dry and cool place, which does not make any sense because it is subjective. But when you mention plus 15 to plus 25 degrees, plus 2 to 8 degrees, then everyone, even the patient or the chemist shop or the distribution manager will understand where or how the product has to be stored and transported. So 15-25 degrees mein you will need to have a specific refrigerant, which is called as a PCM, phase change material. Phase change material has got different parameters and characteristics where these liquids are designed specifically for maintaining the temperature in that particular range. So उसमें ज़्यादा आप कूलिंग करेंगे या ज़्यादा गर्म करेंगे, फिर भी वो टेम्परेचर 15-25 में ही मेंटेन करेगा. So we have got those solutions in the exhibition area. Maybe after this panel, whenever you have time in the tea break, we can talk about it. We can show that solutions, how it works also.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
We'll pass the mic to ma'am over here.
Thank you. I'm Deepika from Selshore. So, Mr. Sitarama Rao, you mentioned about the profile that we need to have a profile for Indian domestic market also. And while we talk about those profiles, so we have data from various places, but sometimes the transportation is also happening by flight within India. And it is difficult to predict the temperatures that the shipment may face when it is in a flight, because flight can be at different potentials, heights, during different summers or winter kind of weather. So what do you think should be the range that should be considered? Because I think that becomes a challenge, especially for the domestic market. So that would be my question.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that question. If I understand you correctly, you are talking about number one, domestic market. Number two, you have mentioned about maintaining the temperature. When the air cargo is going from one place to one place, how the temperature may vary because the pressure and all. If that is the question, what I would like to say is, first of all, every product is designed in a respective temperature, right? There is 2 to 8 or 15 to 25 or minus 20. And when you package from the warehouse, a pharmaceutical industry, pharmaceutical warehouse, they definitely maintain certain temperature, and they then send it to the in a reefer van to the airport, and then it will enter into the pharma zone. Entire supply chain, there is no issue. Once it cross the pharma zone, okay, once it get loaded into the aircraft, there is a gap. It will be sitting in the tarmac for few hours. That is the really very big challenging part for any air cargo to face and to maintain the temperature, because at that time it is in a no man's territory. Nobody can touch it. Who is the owner of that? The captain of the aircraft is the owner of it. He only can influence. You can't expect him to be a cold chain expert. He don't know what it is. If the temperature is 40, he says no problem. But as for his protocols, it has to the aircraft has to be maintained. Wait for 2-3 hours. It has to wait. There is no other go. So there, what we have to do is, as an industry people or as a prudent pharmaceutical company owners and logistic managers or supply chain managers, you must ensure a packaging solution which is placed on your product in the warehouse itself, so that it will provide the protection from end to end, your warehouse, till it reaches your end user's warehouse. For that, sometimes you may have to use active solutions, or sometimes you may have to use passive solutions, or you may have to use the combination of both. But the ultimate part is the protection on the tarmac. After the tarmac, where the product go into, it will go into the aircraft. Aircraft, there are two temperature zones, if I am not wrong. One is 15 to 25, by default they will maintain. If you specifically ask 2 to 8, then they will maintain 2 to 8 also, for which there is a labeling, as Ravi Kumar rightly said. You have to have that labeling properly, then it will be maintaining proper temperature. At the same time, again, once it lands in the destination, there again another challenge. It will be unloaded, offloaded from the aircraft, unloaded, and before it go into the warehouse, then it will be passing through the tarmac and various other standard operating procedures. For entire thing, it may take 3-4 hours also. Then it has to be protected again against the external temperatures. So to avoid all these things, from your warehouse, if you put a robust packaging system, either any one of us, we can provide either, depending upon the temperature. If you use that robust packaging system, you can be rest assured 100% it will be maintaining the temperature without any flaw, with a data logger reading perfectly. We have seen many cases. But very interesting question. Thanks for raising this question. It's an education for everybody.
Yeah, just to add one point in this, as we all know, as per ISTA standard, we have a lot of different lanes. Based on that, all the global companies and companies from India and all, they do a validation. So when companies have a different lane, you have a different requirement, a special requirement on particular lane. So with the, like how Mr. Ravi said, with the help of AI, now companies, we also have a lane validation system where you can understand what are the type of, you can define a process. Maybe it can be today multimodal transport also, like it goes through rail, road, or by sea also, a combination of this. So the entire lane can be validated with a solution. So then you will know that, okay, products are going through this lane. These are the challenges being expected, and then what is the best solution for that. So with the help of that, we can validate before executing the shipment. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your questions, everyone. And I'm pretty sure there may be a couple of questions in your head which you want to raise for our panelists. But considering the interest of the time, we won't be able to take any more questions. Feel free to connect with them. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the felicitation. May I please request our moderator to kindly please felicitate our entire panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay a round of applause. First up, let's felicitate Mr. Rajneesh Agarwal, MD, Embeleso, India. Huge round of applause. Next up, let's felicitate Mr. Ravi Kumar, MD, Envirotainer, India. Huge round of applause. Next up to Mr. Sita Rama Rao, Global Sales Director, Metcover Global. Huge round of applause. With your permission, may I please request Sarve sir to kindly please come on the stage and felicitate our moderator, Dr. Rakesh Somani, Principal, School of Pharmacy, Deva Patli University. Huge round of applause, everyone. I request Service sir to kindly be on the stage. As we have to pose in for the group picture, why don't you add a frame to our group picture? Yes, Avinash sir as well to please join the frame. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Sarvesh sir. Thank you, Avinash sir. Please take your seats. I request all the panelists as well to please take your seats. With your permission, ladies and gentlemen, we have a small AV of 2 minutes, which we would like to show you all. Kindly please all eyes on the screen. Further which, after the AV, we shall be going ahead with our tea break. Meanwhile, all the eyes on the screen, please. Thank you very much.
To welcome the brilliant minds behind Celsius, Mr. Swaroop Bose. The man with him is Mr. Arvind Jain.
Well, thank you so much for your attention, everyone. Well, it's time for a quick tea break where we are allowed to network with each other, of course, as well. And in case, yes, just to remind you all, if you have any questions for our first panel discussion, feel free to connect with them now. Well, thank you very much. And the tea break will last for 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 20 minutes. Thank you so much. Okay. So I'm gonna mention you all. Let's see you all at 12:10. 12:10. Ladies and gentlemen, 12:10. Thank you very much. side and fill in the chairs. Thank you very much. The next panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, is on the topic Future Ready Cold Chain Logistics Integrating Warehousing and Distribution Excellence. I take the opportunity and would like to welcome our panelists up on the stage. Hereby, I invite our moderator for the next panel discussion, Mr. Vishal Jaiman. Huge round of applause, everyone. Senior Director, Sector Head, Healthcare, DP World. Thank you so much, sir. for being here with us. Let's invite our next speaker, Mr. Sanjay Dikshit, VP Logistics and Distribution in Task Pharmaceuticals. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Our next speaker, Mr. Vikas Shah, General Manager, Thermo Fisher Scientific Clinical Trial Services. Huge round of applause. And last but not the least, let's welcome Mr. Sunil Pandya, Regional Director, Hellman Worldwide Logistics. Our moderator for this session is Mr. Vishal Jaiman. I request all our panelists to please take your seats. As I have invited and welcomed our panelists on the stage, I'm still waiting for the audience to please come inside and fill in the chairs. Before we ask our moderator to commence with the session, I would ask you for a 2-minute break, please. And the break, of course, it's all about a special announcement which will be given by Sir, and I would welcome him up on the stage, but let's hold on, sir. We need to have more audience. In case if we know anyone's number, can we please ring them by any chance? Because this is an announcement which will be done by Dr. Rakesh Sumani, and I'm waiting for the audience because this announcement is for the audience itself. Anyone who has anybody's number, please ring them up and ask them to join us. It's okay if they're carrying their T marks with us inside the room. Can start with the session? The announcement? Okay. Are you okay, sir, with the audience? He's not happy with the numbers. That's why I asked. Took a pause. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, there's a small announcement, a special announcement, and Rakesh sir will deliver the same. Dr. Rakesh sir, please come on the stage.
Quickly, I'll not take more than 2 minutes. So you all know that every year there is Indian Pharmaceutical Congress. There is IPC happening in our country, which is a very important event for the pharmaceutical fraternity. And so I'm here to invite all of you for the 74th Indian Pharmaceutical Congress happening at Bangalore during 19th, 28th and 21st December. Please do join us. The IPC 74th IPC website is there for registration. May I request once again all of you to be there. It is the entire theme of the IPC is artificial intelligence. I am sure in the cold chain management community also artificial intelligence plays an important role. So please do come visit the different kinds of exhibition area and all those there. Looking forward for you. Thank you so much. And we'll have some release of the brochure, in the sense the photograph with the stalwarts here for the brochure release also. Thank you.
The entire team of NAP CCM to kindly join sir on the stage. Thank you, Samani, sir. Pleasure.
And Somani sir, yeah, just a quick announcement that we are proud to announce that we are coming up with the next conference. This is our first conference as a cold chain community. So next conference in Mumbai with the help of DY Patil University, and it is going to be in the DY Patil University. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and we are looking for all the participants over there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, our second panelists are already up on the stage, and without wasting further ado, I request our moderator to commence our session. Thank you very much. And yes, the audience, if I'm audible to you, kindly, please come inside the auditorium hall and fill in the chairs. Over to our moderator.
Thank you, Priyanka. Audible? Great. So, good afternoon, everyone. I know it's 40 break time. We'll commence. The topic for the second panel is about the future business. How do we integrate warehousing and the logistics, focusing around the cold chain part. With me today, I have an privilege to list all within the drug development cycle, helping the products coming into the market. I have on my right, on my left, Mr. Sanjay Dikshit, who is the VP for Distribution Logistics with Intas. He comes with 35 years of experience in domestic and EXIM distribution, as well as he is quite well versed in the quality aspects of drafting and finalizing the SOPs, which is very critical in this domain when we talk about the compliance and the follow in terms of implementation. Next to him is Mr. Vikasha. Again, he needs no introduction. He is a GM and site head for the clinical trial management arm of the Thermo Fisher Scientific, based out of Ahmedabad. He also comes with close to 35 years or more of overall experience. He has worked with companies like Site Care Hospital, Site Research, Site Space Research, Quintiles, and now I think more than 10 years, 12 years with Fisher Sir. Yeah. And last on the list, but we have Sunil Pandya representing Hellman. He is a regional director with the company and been with Hellman since 2007. And again, coming with close to 3 decades of overall experience. So thank you all for joining the panel today. I'm quite excited to hear your thoughts on the future of the cold chain in India and global. Now, to start with the session and the topic we have, there's a very, subsequent keyword, future, right? A future itself comes with a different perspective. Okay? Somebody may look it as a eye of hope, optimism, sometimes fear. We all have, probably I would say majority of the public or the audience I can see who are not the Gen Z, the before ones, might have known about the Y2K problem, right? Those were in the late 90s. And especially to the millennials who have just got hold of their first experience on personal computer, and the fear of losing that experience because of the Y2K was something very different, and specifically around when we talk about the internet bubble at that point of time. We have other experiences. We cannot forget about the COVID, which has happened more than 5 years back now. And when the first lockdown happened in India, I'm quite confident that majority of us sitting here would have never heard of the term lockdown or predicted that it would last for weeks and multiple sessions, right? And similarly, when we talk about future, I'm not sure how much of you may have followed, but there is a very interesting topic going around, which is about the 3I Atlas. This is an interstellar object which has just been identified, and 19 December is what is estimated to be the closest to Earth, sorry. And so why I'm mentioning these 3 different incidents spanning across the last 25, 30 years? The reason being, when we talk about future, we talk it from the perspective of how we look at it, right? If we are optimistic, we'll look at it with positivity. If we are fearful, we'll have a different take on how the future would look like. Somebody may say it's the end of the world and so on and so forth. Now, the perspective is very different. Now, to put this thing in terms of a better understanding, the panelists here, all the 3 members combined, bring in a collective experience of a century, right? So let that sink in, because we talk about the pharma manufacturers, we talk about the stakeholders, the facilitators, and we also talk about the LSPs. It's a different perspective when you look at from the angle that the panel here is going to squeeze down their experience of a collective 100 years. Okay? With that, I'll maybe kick off the session with the first question to Mr. Sanjay, in terms of what keeps you awake at night when we talk about the distribution, and of course it includes the element of the entire manufacturing at your plant, the warehousing, whether this is controlled by your organization or outsourced, and the most importantly, the distribution, typically the last mile.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the organization. Editors, thank you very much to all you people to for here to attend this session. Vishal, very interesting question you have asked. When we are working in a logistics and we are working in a distribution, then we have two core parameters in our mind. First of all is that availability is the major function, because it is we are dealing with the distribution. And secondly, we are dealing with a product which is mainly related to the human healthcare, animal healthcare also nowadays, right? And it is going to be consumed by live person, animals, or it is human beings. So the quality and content that should be maintained properly till it is reaching up to the end user. So while specifically we are handling the cold chain products, super specialty products, our core focus is mainly remaining with the maintaining of the cold chain. Because if the cold chain is not maintained properly, the product will lost its efficacy, and once the product has lost its efficacy, it will create lot of and there is a series of issues. First of all, the patient he or she will be not able to get proper response from the medicine. The cure will be not there. Then the doubt will go to the doctor who has prescribed that medicine, and it will be disturbing his reputation also. And third thing, it goes to the manufacturing side. Nowadays, our country is focusing on making India and all these things, and our government is also focusing. We can be a lead in the pharmaceutical industry in the global level. So, if the quality is not maintained due to the not maintaining proper cold chain product, it is going to definitely disturb all this supply chain, manufacturing side, and the government policy reputation of country also. The most challenging area is temperature excursion. While we dispatch the goods or we store the goods over our warehouse, our major concern remains the maintaining of the temperature. So nowadays there are a lot of technology over there. You can monitor online temperature of your warehouse or any storage capacity, storage site. You can monitor the warehouse temperature online. Secondly, when you are planning to dispatch the goods, when the finished product is moving out from your manufacturing site to the storage house, we have to maintain the temperature over there. There should be no temperature excursion. So in case of the domestic movement, the repair vehicles are nowadays available, and all these repair vehicles are nowadays having the facility of online temperature monitoring GPRS system. So while vehicle is on move, you can monitor the temperature of even repair vehicle also. Once the products are coming to your warehouse, the warehouse you also have all this facility of the storage. So logistics is now getting well equipped in comparing to last 10 or 15 years. Along with this logistics, now the knowledge is also more important, because the person who are dealing and handling this medicine, they must be aware what kind they are handling. It is not something like a white goods, or it is not something like that cosmetic or soaps or something like that. So enough and adequate knowledge is required to with a person, those who are involved in handling of these products on a day-to-day basis, for which SOPs are always there. We have to design SOPs. We have to ensure that the compliance of SOPs there. Even government is also in facing with the good distribution practices, good warehousing practices. Now government is also coming with a good logistics solutions also nowadays. So all this together, so we have to keep in this mind, at all this stage, there is no lacuna or there is no failure. So that is the most difficult thing that we have to manage at the distribution level. In addition to this, temperature monitoring data are there. We have to collect the data, the person, we have to engage the last mile delivery. that last mile delivery, how the person is equipped to give the delivery, which kind of packaging solution we are using. We are using the refrigerated van. We are using, once the products are available at the distributor point, then from distributor point to the hospital or patient, we have to ensure the temperature sensitivity, temperature cold chain is also maintained. We have many times we have observed in most of the Indian families that medicines are kept on over the top of the refrigerator. The logic is very simple because as soon as you are going to consume the medicine, you require the water. So the best place in our Indian culture, storage of the medicine is the top of the refrigerator. So basic thing is that we are not aware of the what temperature conditions are required. In our previous panel, they already discussed about all these things also, storage condition and knowledge is also required. So these are the challenges which we are facing and we have to take care of the while dealing with the cold chain products.
Thank you, Sanjay sir. I think a lot of things is resonating with the earlier discussions and the questions which the audience has talked about, the awareness, the traceability, the visibility, right? Now, next question to Vikas sir. When we talk about the, Dixit sir has touched base about the specialty industry which is moving at a faster pace, and Indian pharma companies are now pivoting into the biotech portfolio, developing the biopharma and moving away from the generic, which mostly did not require the stringent temperature condition as we know it. So how do you feel with these new specialty drugs in terms of rare disease, oncology, even the cell and gene? How do we modify or adapt to the current supply chain and make it future ready?
So I think it's a very interesting very close to heart. I think as a Thermo Fisher Scientific, we are into that business of how we can support this type of the industry and this type of business. When we talk about the standard precision medicine versus cell and gene therapy, there are vast different into managing such critical and very sensitive product line. So in terms of the storage, if you see, we can get very huge 2 to 8 degree or 15 to 25 warehouse, but when you go into the minus 70 and beyond, you need very typical infrastructure. Nitrogen storage tank probably might not be available everywhere. This is the time now India is evolving, and we have seen that cell and gene therapy has been getting more and more tractions, and a lot of companies have started developing the molecules, and now there is a need for storage capability. So there is a different infrastructure required to store that product against what we have regular medicine in terms of when we are storing at, we have heard that about the storage conditions, ambient storage. What would be the ambient storage? Here, I think is very specific storage condition is minus 70 and beyond. Again, when we are transporting that cell and gene therapy products, there are very specific containers you need to use, and now the data logger or temperature is on real-time data logger are available. When it's also in air, you are able to find out what temperature this product is moving. Second thing, the transit time. Sometimes we feel that the transit time for our regular medicines would be okay, 48 to 78 hours or beyond 72 hours. In clinical research industry, 48 and 22 to 28 to 48 hours are well-defined delivery timeline. But if you go into general pharmaceutical industry, it might not be there because it's cost sensitive. So now when we go to the minus 70 and beyond, again, that will logistics cost would be a very high cost when you are using air mode with the surface mode, and then you are delivering within 24 to 48 hours. I have seen distribution happening from Bangalore, Ahmedabad or some place to the Bangkok and all within 24 hours. They try to connect the flights as soon as possible. So there would not be any lag time between two flights. And you have seen that when there is a organ transplant open, government allows to do the corridor open for them. Very dedicated aircrafts are moving. So this is cell and gene therapy would come like that. And we see now in this government, you have seen that there are so many airports has been opened up, and that's helping us more and more to delivering the products faster and faster. So cell and gene therapy would support us in future for logistics purpose, but regulations and cost, that would be a more important pieces to support this type of therapy. And regulations already started drafting cell and gene therapy. We have already some regulations and might go into the detailed regulations when products are start marketing into India. We are getting a lot of CRT seen into the oncology hospitals, but still is in under developing, and that will help industry when logistics and storage capabilities are available with the basic research and the clinical trial is going on. So that's the difference how we can see.
Thank you, sir. So building on to that, and next question to Mr. Sunil. When we talk about there's enough emphasis and development by the manufacturers and the other stakeholders in bringing more specialized product in terms of biopharma or cell and gene, like sir said. From the logistics representation perspective, where do you feel the current infrastructure is? And this also ties up with one of the question audience has asked before in terms of the domestic air connection, where we do not have the cold chain storage facilities at the airport. How do we make ourselves ready if we are not there yet in terms of maintaining those crucial temperatures of -70, -80, even 196, -196 when it comes to liquid nitrogen? So where do we stand today, and what needs to be done to be there from the future ready perspective?
Yeah, very good question. Thank you, everyone. So first and foremost, the most important is need. Okay, so when there is a need, there will be a solution. So when we talk about the passive packaging or active containers, this was not there in 20 years back or 15 years back. But then the way we have required these drugs required. So if you see in the need, last 5 years, almost more than 25,000 new reefer vehicle comes into the systems. So there is a need, there will be a solution. So there are a lot of solutions coming up with the based of, if you see the kind of infrastructure also, there are systems, processes. The important is people training. If you see the pharmaceutical companies where they are dealing into their supply chain logistics, they prefer to deal with the freight forwarder who is GDP certified, not only with the India perspective, but even the abroad and the destinations where they will be having a cold chain facilities, the infrastructures. Therefore, their deliveries will be a sound into the same to the patient in the right condition. So the important part is infrastructure when we talk about. Second, sir, Ravi sir told in the people and processes. When we say only GDP certification is not the important aspect, we have to train our people. We have to have a specific formats on which the shipment needs to be monitored, the temperature arrival, temperature departure. The infrastructure airline is putting is in, they are doing a lot of good jobs, especially when we say Middle East based carriers, Qatar, Emirates, Turkish, they are having a pool dollies coming up. They are ready to debut with the kind of a cold chain complete process. The real-time monitoring is available now on the your temperature-sensitive system, which was not there in the past. So all the data loggers are now flying with the, the pallets specifically. It gives you in real-time visibility where your shipment is, where your what is your temperature, humidity. So all kind of information is now available. So we are almost ready with the future. Yes, there are infrastructure challenges because based on the demand and supply, the infrastructure will definitely grow. That is my
Thank you.
take.
Thank you for that. I have one more follow-up question with you.
Yeah.
When we talk about moving into specialty, which is more of creating value to the patient, we are moving away from the concept of volume, right? That's where the logistics aspect and the most important, the cost element of the entire supply chain falls into. So as a LSP provider, right, to both the stakeholders here, how do you see there is still a possibility of a cost reduction or cost control when we talk about reduction in volume, but a very specialized movement? So like Vikas sir mentioned about corridors, dedicated corridors for organ movements, right? We are talking about dedicated vehicle or charters or those kind of things, right? And those don't come cheap, right? So when we move away from volume to value, how can we still control cost? And then once you answer that, I'm like a question to both of you as well. Is this the supplier, the manufacturer ready to bear more cost for the specialty products which are now hitting the market?
So yes, when there is a new invention, there will be a new requirements. I agree with you. Initially, there will be high cost, because there are a lot of things needs to be done to be regularized it. But when we talk about initial phases, yes. But once we will be having, the kind of packaging solution example you can take. Initially, when we talk about 5 years back, we used to buy a small Credo box with the 40,000-50,000 rupees a rental cost, whereby now it is very reasonable rate where all the pharma companies can accept it or adopt it. So yes, there will be initial cost, but then there are a lot of infrastructure-based corridor also coming up. So, for example, from north to Mundra by rail connectivity. Okay, so all pharmaceuticals and frozen meat is going by rail. Now there is no by road movement. For example, from Baddi or Dehradun plant, they move into North Delhi Dadri, and then from there it goes to and straight into Mundra port. And there are no hardly any temperature deviations during this. So the good part is, yes, we know the need is there. There will be a public and private partnership is going on. It will take time. It cannot be overnight. But yes, when there is a demand, yes, automatically there will be solutions coming up. That needs to be designed, and
Yes, of
and
course.
that is where our all jobs lies. We have to discuss, brainstorm it, come up with some solutions. We have to discuss with the stakeholders, and then bring it to the end proper SOP.
No, I agree with you. I think to what you also earlier said, that necessity is the mother of invention, right? So I think it would take the entire stakeholder, entire ecosystem to work on the cost element, and not just, it would not be possible for one stakeholder to work on it, but as a community, yes, we can. But sir, again, building upon that, for the initial years when we do not have very ready-made solution available, there is an impact of increase in cost element. Hello. So are we ready to bear more cost while shipping less
I think
volumes?
that reply will be from
Yeah,
both
from-
of
from
this,
the-
because I am
from
the
Mr.
person
Sanjay.
where we are always fighting for the cost. So
I agree with
I
you.
suggest
I'm on your
they will
side.
support us on this question.
True.
I will respond in terms of the researcher works and how they see the cost. So when there are two part of the researcher. One researcher, I think, work on biologics and biosimilars. Right now, there is a fight who will come first in the market. In that case, cost is not more important. What they want to do is make sure that patient get the product right first time, and they complete the clinical trial faster than the competition. So biosimilars, which are, if there are, I think, multiple products which are going off patent in next 10 years time, and most of the Indian biotech biopharm companies are racing have that molecule come first in the market. So in the clinical industry, the cost of doing the logistics part is not much a challenge. But when it comes to the same location with the volume, yes, they definitely ask for justification why the cost is increased. So that is also play a role with the volume. If your volume is high, like if you are doing the diabetic studies and you are sending the more products to the different hospital, your cost will drastically reduce. So you need to work towards how you can maximize your lane, maximize your volume, and how you can utilize good packaging products where your volume is high. Like if you are talking about 12 liter or 28 liter of Credo box and you are just shipping 5 vials, then your cost will impact. So how you maximize your volume with the same container would help, because your transit time is always depend on to the volume and the need of the product. So cost is really concerns currently in India as well, because we don't have airlines going everywhere. So in the clinical industry, we use airline and the road, not rail. Currently, we don't use the rail, but road and the airline. So both transit mode are used, and cost is always be a concern. But in the what I said into the clinical research industry, when you are doing phase 3, phase 4 studies, cost doesn't matter, because they want to see how the patients are coming into study, and faster they can close the clinical trial.
Thank you, sir. Sanjay sir, if you want.
When we are talking about the cost, rightly says research and everything. Other innovations are very costly affair when it is coming to the deliver as a final product. Now, when we are talking about the distribution and availability, yes, the cost is very effective, very impact on it because storage facility require infrastructure, handling of cold chain product or any medicine, it requires infrastructure. So earlier days, the proper infrastructure was not there. The logistics in India was the very worst condition. You have to depend on only air mode in case of the cold chain supplies, and packaging solutions available were not supporting for more than 24 hours or 36 hours. Nowadays, the new technology has come, new packaging solutions has come. So earlier, what the air dispatches, which is more costly logistics options, now it's converted to the road operation within a domestic operations. Infrastructure is improved. The roads are very much improved. Refrigerated vehicles, the number of refrigerated vehicles, service providers are also improved. Simultaneously, the down the line distribution cost is also very much having impact because once the cold chain product is delivered to the stockist, then once it is delivered from stockist, it is moving to the retailer. Now, retailer has to also maintain a 2 to 8 degree temperature or below 25 degree temperature. So all these elements are making huge impact on the overall operation cost also. Yes, the new technology and the new infrastructure is going to help this. Nowadays, the regional distribution centers are created. The consolidation of the distribution points are coming where people are generating one farm and they deal with only cold chain products with more facility, more service provider, all these things. So slowly this cost impact will be going down and the volumes are also increasing. Yes, there is a good sign on this distribution point.
Add your thoughts on that. Before we jump to the next phase, I have a poll for the. I wanted to have this at the start, but at limit. I have two questions, and we would your thoughts, how you how you look at the cold chain industry as of today, and there are no right and wrong answers. Please feel free as possible.
Anyone from
So let's do it manually. The show of hands.
We'll ask for the help, sir. That's fine. Could you please come ahead? आप आ सकते हैं 1 मिनट यहाँ पे? थोड़ा कनेक्शन एरर हो रहा है. प्लीज चेक कीजिए.
You can maybe scan the QR code with your phone. You will have a poll and options. Select the one which you that we can record. First question is the current state of cold chain industry is. Options are innovating rapidly, still stuck in past. Yet we are there. It's not yet. Uh, it is too fragmented across the stakeholder. I think the majority, 90% above, agrees that there is enough innovation happening to keep us at pace. We have 24 votes. Anybody still pending, please complete so that we can move to the next one. Okay. Thank you for your participation. Can we have the next question, please? Okay, so while they are working on the second question to put up there, uh, just we can start off with maybe one bold prediction from each one of you, how the cold chain industry would look like in next 5 to 10 years.
I think there will be a lot of AI involvement in next 5 years, like in prediction of routes and what are the potential risk levels. So, basis the data collected in past or as an ongoing process, people will start using their data for the forecasting of their routes and what can be the potential risk, whether I should select this route or and in case of any contingency, that they will be looking for a contingency plan. That I am forcing next 5.
I think I echo the what he said. Over and above happen would I will be answering some that like all the label on the product will start with the somewhere. Uh, Inventory would be mapped slowly, and that will help reducing the cost. Yeah, and also the inventory at the distributor level, inventory at the stockist level, and at probably at the store level might start tracking next 5 years, because all the temperature sensitive products are not easy to manufacture, easy to transport, and that would be a next see into next 5 years that each and every product or probably the vial or box we have barcoding. We do use that into the clinical industry to track and trace, but I have seen that into the US and Europe already started having the barcoding system on to give most of the information. Sometimes it's present to the product numbers. They basically give they have produced 20,000 bottles or 20,000 vials. They track each and every vial the barcoding system. That would be another things will come probably what I see into the full logistics or cold chain logistics that might help managing the inventory and using the efficiency of the product.
Vishal, what I feel is the sustainability is going to be a next 5 years. The way Europe regulations and the situation which we are seeing is, of course, from India perspective, the expectation, because we are the powerhouse and we are the largest exporters to the global destination. So next is the sustainability, of course, the commercial viability, which we need to make sure that the based on the AI usage, there will be a lot of data inventory, the kind of shipment tracking, real-time monitoring, route risk assessments. These are the all basic things will be through AI, and it will be going to be a lot of like carbon saving. There will be a lot of questions now going to come, which has started coming in the way we deal with the Mylan or some large customers. They are asking now, what is the carbon footprint we are saving? How much is in ocean? How much is in air? So the sustainability is going to be a next 5 years big question. And then, of course, we need to start preparing it. So if you see where we are doing the road, where we try to reduce by road to rail, or we try to see that wherever we can save the carbon footprint, there will be a sea air combination coming up nowadays, and that is successfully moving for some of the products. So to make sure the commercial viability of the product, when we talk about sea air, instead of standing from here to US directly, you are moving via Zebulani, where you have an advantage of carbon footprint, and then move from Dubai to and various destinations. So these are the major area where I feel that sustainability, carbon footprint, AI usage, this will be in apply in our day-to-day logistics. And we need to prepare and learn always and adopt the new changes, because this is evolving market and required a new invention every time. That's the future.
Points. I think we can hold what you have mentioned around QR code in terms of visibility, and of course the execution. But before we move,
And you are keeping everybody awake, huh?
absolutely. It's always easy to engage after lunch in terms of awake. It's the next question is about you are given a choice, perfect cold chain. What would you choose? Premium, cost, India being a market, very interesting. We have the majority taking the first option. Second is, of course, compromising time, transit time, multimodal approach, cost saving. Interesting that we as a community is ready to pay 20% more the prevailing rates. I think all the logistics provider or the stakeholders would be very happy. They can take a snapshot and then show it to at least whoever has attended this conference that you agreed for paying a premium, right? So cost is not a problem anymore. Exactly. Okay, very interesting. So still a very heavy majority of 60% quarters is that they are happy. Very interesting take. Maybe we'll have some questions from audience around it at the end of the session. But thank you for your participation. I'll move on to the next set of questions. Now we touch base upon AI, automation, data-driven approach. Sir, how do you feel blockchain, incorporating blockchain, entire supply chain? Because we have seen this trend going in perishable market, especially around the food industry, where you can scan a QR code, you can see where exactly was captured, which vessel captured it, which was a processing center, and how it moved to the end market in US and Europe, for example. And we have similar take on one of the, I think, a new age coffee company in India. I think it is Blue Tokai. Correct me if I'm wrong. Where they publish a QR code and scan the QR code, you can see where the coffee beans from which farm they're coming from, right? So that brings an element of traceability and visibility, and sometimes preferential at the consumer end, because they might be inclined towards certain grade of coffee beans, for in this example, to consume. When we talk about the adoption of blockchain, the entire supply chain, most importantly, how do we incorporate holders, suppliers in this ecosystem so that there is a traceability element, the visibility element, and of course the compliance till the end user.
Important question, and nowadays the track and trace is going to be a very important factor in a pharma industry also, like any other industry. Government of India has already implemented barcode and all these things for the your all imports, sorry, all exports commodity and the pharmaceutical products only. Also, nowadays slowly they have released a press release draft note also for the implementing of the barcode and the other QR code informations mandatory for the domestic market also. Most of the domestic products now you will check all the so even nowadays most of your products, if you purchase any medicine from the market, they are coming with a QR code to just give you the surety about the genuinity of the product, whether it is manufactured by the correct manufacturer or not, something like that. In Europe and USA, serialization concept is already implemented. Now in this serialization, it gives the end-to-end result starting from the manufacturing point to the delivery up to the retail or the end user level. All these informations are captured under this serialization options. Another thing is the strict audit compliance, regulatory norms are also there, data analytics are there, which is going to help on this concern of the blockchain matter. That is my view.
Thank you, sir. Because, sir, what do you feel the adoption would be, especially from representing the clinical side of it? And we are talking about the direct to clinical, direct to patient or decentralized clinical trial approach, where there will be an onus on the patient itself to be able to capture those elements of checkpoints into this ecosystem, what we are talking about.
So in clinical industry is a little bit different than what we do the general pharmaceutical manufacturing and patient consumptions. So the product which are packed and manufactured are very specific to the patients and very specific to the clinical trial with the kit number and the and each and every pack has a barcode. Nowadays, in last couple of years, the AI and IT has also enabled us to track and trace patients' demography information also with that barcode. And when the patients start taking the medicine, they scan the barcode and they get a lot of information on that. Another important thing in, I think, general pharmaceutical industry as well, if you see, we see the lot of multicolored labeling and multicolored products, okay, onto the carton, onto the label, and the font size is also very small. Sometimes you can't read it, okay, and when you are taking the tablets, sometimes you take it out the tablets where your expiry also gone or manufacturing also gone. Now that will enable us or help us to see that if barcode is implemented, we can see that what product we are taking, when it should be taken, by what time should be taken. So that will basically give us more confidence onto the product, and that also come with the quality control, regulations, and whatever basically government decides, that would help us. Second important thing is in the clinical industry, we normally see only black and white label. We are not allowed to print any color print. So overall the labels onto the clinical trial products are black and white only. Second thing, our secondary pack is also the white carton. We cannot have color carton. If people might be using, but as we as a global company, we follow the US FDA EU guideline, and there's a norm where most of the time 98% of our products are with the black and white carton. Why? because of the readability of the font size and also with the barcode where you can do the track and trace. Second thing, white carton gives you the any damages very easily to identify, and if there is any damage you cannot use that product. I think in general pharma that would be a little challenging on that part. So I think slowly we are evolving, and we have seen the change, and it will be implemented slowly and will happen. Clinical is well defined, and Indian government also have well defined guideline for clinical research industry. That's how I can.
Thank you, sir. I think you touched base on a very important aspect that technology necessarily does not have to be costly. We can make elements like visual color, enabled packaging or other cues to make the end user more aware in the most simplest way possible. Thank you. Sunilji, what's your take on this entire innovation, blockchain, AI? How this whole ecosystem will work, especially when we talk about the logistics service provider element. We still have this entire domain very fragmented when we talk about first mile vehicles, when we talk about CHAs, when we talk about airline partners, ground handlers, and so many so forth, right? So how can we have something as seamless as when it comes to the visibility of the entire supply chain, especially when the product is not in our control? It is, let's say, either at the airport tarmac, at a custom bonded warehouse, in flight, something like that.
So, hello. 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 Audible? Okay. So first and foremost, what you ask is, yes, there are a lot of stakeholders with whom we are dealing when we talk about shipment, first mile to last mile delivery. And for us, the most important part is the understanding. So the kind of people, training, people understanding, not only a certification perspective, but the kind of a basic understanding to the person that this is a pharmaceutical product is going to a patient, and this required certain temperature based on the labeling which we have done it. So that understanding we need to bring it. So there are a lot of training program. You see in air cargo complex, we have a couple of training program done for all the staff, loaders, everybody. So I think we have to sync with the kind of all stakeholders. Secondly, when they talk about airlines, airlines is a very important partner for us. Airline has come up with a lot of products into now. They are giving 15 to 25, 2 to 8. They have certain capacity of 15 to 25, for example, 2 pallet position on the aircraft. So they will accept up to your 16 or 18 pallets only. And then they will say no because they don't have 15 to 25. So nowadays it is very easy, available. And then if you see the data is working very aggressively, they are coming up with a lot of new solutions. I explained to you the cool dollies are not just far away. Maybe in next 6 months we will see the cool dollies in Ahmedabad or Bombay. So yes, that's there. So they realize that because of the tremendous volume which we are giving out of India, for them that's in business. So for that, all to sustain that business, they will do all the activity. Then current latest, if you see the old data loggers where you have to download the reports, now when it reaches to a destination is history. Now it's in real time monitoring available with the kind of track and trace. You can see your location, temperature, humidity. So everything is available now. So of course you have to pay the price for it. But then as I said, certain products, you can always have that visibility. Understanding is very clear. Previously, there are certain stakeholders who were not basically participating, but now all the stakeholders are participating. A live example, for example, last week we were having a shipments going into in Madrid. The one airline had said no. I said, why we are saying no, you have a flight. He said, basically, we don't have in 15 to 25 storage area there. So now see that the awareness has come. Now the carriers are very clear. If I don't have a storage area of 15 to 25 in Madrid, I will not accept from Ahmedabad. So that's kind of understanding is coming. Yes, we have to sync with each other. We have to have a collaborative approach. We have to work together and then see. I think wherever there will be a gap, we have to bridge the gap with the training.
Thank you, Sunilji, for adding that. So I think we are running out of time, and before we open up for question from the audience, just to quickly summarize what the stakeholders within the pharma industry feels like. So there is definitely an element of increased innovation, what we've also seen from the audience poll. There is an adoption of the next set of technology in terms of IoT devices, real-time monitoring, temperature control. We have seen advanced packaging solutions coming up from various manufacturers, not just abroad, the multinationals, but also from the Indian manufacturers. And we've also seen there is a good enough understanding of how do we incorporate all of this into an ecosystem where we can then deliver a traceability or visibility to the end user for which we all are working, right? So patient is at the heart of all the people working within this cold chain pharma community. So it would be safe to say that, everybody has that one common goal of delivering the right quality product at the right time, at the right place, of course, at the right cost. But I would say the biggest takeaway was that in general, about 68% are happy to pay more price. So I would end up the session with that note, and I'll open up for if you have any questions from the audience. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, kindly please raise your hand so we can pass on the mic to you. I know we had a little technical glitch during this panel discussion, but apologize for the same. Okay, over there, please. Front row. So we have to take one of your mic. Kindly please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Amit Bhardwaj. I work as a consultant for different pharmaceutical and logistics firms, also some CROs and pharmaceutical firms. I go back to my old days working with Vikas sir. We both started working at Fisher as a greenfield project, and we did a lot of innovation in terms of managing and innovating how we can do clinical logistics and supply chain. Vikas sir and Mr. Dixit, I have a question for you. Maybe it's not a question, just to understand. I have had a very deeper insight of the discussion that Vishal is moderating, and this is interesting to know, but we have spoken a lot about clinical logistics and pharmaceutical supply chain. The question is that last 10 years and the coming 10 years, there has been a lot of change. We have been talking change for a long time by now. We have seen a lot of change that has come up, and I think the kind of change that we have achieved by now is enough if we completely understand and implement it from the first mile to the last mile. Now, what, as per your understanding, is the change in very, very niche or very short, that what has changed in the last 10 years particularly is mostly education and awareness? And what do we think in next 5 to 10 years is going to be the one particular thing that will bring innovation and change in clinical and pharmaceutical logistics?
Very much for Thank you very much for this question. See, as you already have noticed that logistics and distribution has improved over the last 10 years. There are continuously it is going, and it is an ongoing process. In next 10 years, this journey is going to be continued, but there will require two more parameters. One is awareness is more required, because as I already communicated, even we are storing the medicine in our home also with not a proper temperature condition, proper storage condition. Major of the people going to the retail store, they simply see the purchase MRP and what payment you are going, but no one is verifying what is the expiry date, whether it is a shelf life is over or not. Even today, it is not clear if the expiry date mentioned over the strip is December 25. So it starts from 1st December, or it ends on only after 31st December only. So more awareness is required, and this need to be start from our home only. We have to educate our family members about the distribution, storage, all these things. They need not to go for the distribution of medicine or to handle the logistics, but how most efficiently they can consume this medicine if on the need basis. This is more required. In next 10 years, if we discuss about how it is going to further. Yes, there will be a lot of innovations. The turnaround time for the product availability is required to be more improved. Earlier, it was taking 15 days, 10 and 20 days to reach the consignments at the Cochin or Jammu. Nowadays, it has become 10 days. But this turnaround time is also very much high. So this new technology implementation, new storage and packing solution is going to be more effective in coming days in terms of the logistics and distribution.
Thank you, sir. Vikas, sir, your thought, please.
Mr. Dixit has covered everything, but just to add, we have seen healthcare industry are now growing in tier 3 and tier 4 cities. Okay, now due to the cost, due to the treatment cost, now government also started a lot of medical incentive to the poor people and all. So now we need to see how they support the infrastructure to go to tier 3 and tier 4 cities. We are now good at tier 1, tier 2 and metros. Okay, and I've seen in the clinical industry when I started in 1997, we see almost every clinical trial happening into the metros and probably tier 1 city. Now I can see the villages small where they open up the clinical trial. How to reach there is more important. But now government is also supporting with the infrastructure, airports now opening very closer to the smaller towns, and road transportation also become now quite good. So I think we will need to see in next 5 years how government supporting infrastructure and how healthcare industry will support and take the advantage of that industry to the infrastructure and make a win-win situation for patients as well as to the logistics partner to reach the required things at the time. That's the probably I see in the next 5 years.
Thank you, sir. I will just add on this. As in the previous panel discussion, Mr. Rajneesh said that last mile is going to be one of the most difficult thing that we still are facing. It's been ages. You are in the supply chain and transportation of clinical supplies. So how do we have got a very nice packaging. We have got so many people providing such a wonderful packaging that can maintain up to 96 to 120 hours. But if the last mile after it has reached the destination airport and after that when somebody is carrying it to the site of the patient, that is the place where mostly the problem happens at the last phase. So how do you think that you will be able to control or will be able to control that this does not happen because it completely shatters the efficacy of the product?
So I'm not able to basically try to respond in general, but in the clinical industry, what is happening is that we now provide to the hospitals with all the accessories to deliver the patients the product. So if we are delivering product up to 2 degree at the hospital, now we have very stringent requirement. Last milestone means we have very particular person name into the hospital who can only take the delivery. So that's I think awareness we are building up with the logistics company, logistics partner. So that they does that. So that's the milestone we achieved in last 3-4 years time. Now with the products we provide say cool bags, we provide the gel packs, we provide the different type of the components to the doctor who can then hand over it to patients and then patients take at home because patients are coming from far different place. And with that also there are monitoring devices coming. So when initial phase when the clinical trial was happening, all are the paper based. Now is moved into the electronic base. So that probably will slowly get into the general pharmaceutical industry as well because awareness when the person when I say person or patient below the poverty level understand when he participated in the clinical trial that the product is need to be stored at X temperature and he's taking the product from hospital to home, probably that can be seen by 70-80% of his family members, probably his neighbors and all. So slowly awareness is increasing. They are asking for how I can store the product. So as mentioned in the question, slowly I think we will be gearing up with how the awareness has been. And second, we need to be very cautious about the cost because everyone don't have refrigerator at home probably. How they can store the product, how we can deliver that product. So slowly infrastructure with the infrastructure awareness we will be able to manage. And I have seen now while except the biological, a lot of products now in Indian pharma industry has evolved. The storage condition has improved for 2 to 8 degree to 15 to 25 degree with the stability data, with improved R&D. So they we don't maintain 15 to 25, but I think stability of the product is such that they maintained at least the Indian environment. So we don't need to keep basically sometimes the product into refrigerator. So R&D, innovations, stability data, and awareness all combined probably will help the industry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, for your.
Minute.
Yes, Mr. Sanjay.
I will not take much time. Nowadays, the corporate hospitals, they are arranging the awareness program with with their team members, their employees, who is dealing with the nursing activity, dispensing activity, all these things. Even the corporate hospitals, they educate patients also when they are carrying the medicines along with them. And majority of the pharma companies, now they have started delivering, as Vimal Bhai says, the gel pack, packing solutions, small bags, all these things. So the only thing is that training and awareness is more required, which is already started in India now. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your questions, everyone. And yes, let's pay a round of applause for our second panelists, the entire team. It's time for the felicitation. I request Mr. Vishal Jaiman, sir, to kindly please felicitate our panelists with a token of appreciation, a small memento for being a part of this conference today with this. First up, to Mr. Sanjay Dikshit, VP Logistics and Distribution in TAS Pharmaceuticals. Huge round of applause. Next up, let's present to Mr. Vikash Shah, General Manager, Thermo Fisher Scientific Clinical Trial Services. Huge round of applause from the audience. Come on. And last but not the least, to Mr. Sunil Pandya, Regional Director, Hellman Worldwide Logistics. I request Avinash sir to kindly please come on the stage and felicitate our moderator, Mr. Vishal Jaiman, with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I request all the panelists to kindly please come ahead and step up for the group picture. Avinash sir, please join the frame. Service sir, please come ahead. Thank you so much, entire panelists, for sharing your perspective and, of course, your expertise with the entire audience. It was truly a fruitful session. I believe everybody has grasped the enough knowledge which was required. Unfortunately, as you all know, in the interest of the time, we are not able to take any more questions. Feel free to connect with them. They are all yours and they'll be here with us for the entire day. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that you all are waiting eagerly for one thing, and that's, of course, lunch break. But I would ask you to hold it up because I would like to take 20 minutes of yours. Yes, only 20 minutes. And I promise you, I'll take only 20 minutes because we have a next business presentation. And it's a presentation number 2. We would like to share the AV with you. So kindly all eyes on the screen. Further which, I would like to invite our presenter up on the stage, Mr. Varun from the AV. Yeah, Mr. Varun from Enviro Trainer to please come ahead on the stage and present the presentation. Huge round of applause for Mr. Varun, everyone. Come on. Okay, all yours, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is wonderful to be with you today, especially following such a relevant and insightful panel discussion on building future-ready cold chain with our esteemed industry leaders. Welcome to our session, Envirotainer Precision with Purpose. I am Varun Ainapure, working as a strategic account manager with Envirotainer. I'm based out of in Ahmedabad itself. With me, Mr. Ravi is there, who many of you have already heard, and also Mr. Lokesh Verma, who is my colleague from our India commercial team. It's a pleasure to be AMA Ahmedabad, a venue I know very well as a local. This place holds a significant historical significance and is a respected platform for meaningful exchange. This place and I sincerely hope that I would do justice to the decorum of this esteemed dais. Today we will take you through how Envirotainer is transforming pharmaceutical logistics with focus on innovation, reliability, and sustainability. Before we dive deeper into the session, let's take a moment to watch a video on which encapsulate who are we, what we do, and why it matters.
Evolving rapidly. Drug development is pushing the boundaries of science, driving the future of healthcare forward at high speed. But these advancements bring complexity, and pharma needs a trusted partner who's reliable at every degree. For the last 40 years, we've been dedicated to accelerating patient care by enabling global access to pharmaceuticals. We have the largest fleet size and most extensive global network, so we can deliver commercial quantities down to single patient samples exactly when you need them, while real-time oversight allows you to stay up to speed on your shipment from anywhere. Our innovative, award-winning solutions protect all temperature ranges and all volumes for every phase of the pharmaceutical life cycle, making it possible for more people to access critical treatments precisely when and where they need them. Envirotainer, precision with purpose.
As you heard, precision with purpose. So our purpose is to enable global access of life-saving medicines, pharmaceuticals. Every shipment we support contributes to the patient safety and global health. The mission drives our innovation and commitment to excellence. Coming to our vision, we support every stage of pharmaceuticals, pharma life cycle from R&D, preclinical trials to clinical trials, unfinished products, finished products, commercial distribution. Our vision is to be trusted partner across all segments of pharmaceuticals and their life cycle. Meanwhile, we are getting those slides adjusted. So coming to the global impact that we are creating. So we have truly global footprint. The numbers speaks for themselves. Yeah, these are the numbers. In 2024 alone, we deliver around 750 million doses of life-saving pharmaceuticals. We operate in 130 plus countries across more than 300 airports. We maintain a network of around 120 stations worldwide, ensuring the local availability and rapid deployment. Our temperature deviation rate is less than 0.1%. That is quite impressive. Apart from that, we work with 650 pharmaceutical companies globally, 150 airline partners, as well as 450 freight forwarders. When it comes to the connectivity, we support over 3,300 trade lanes globally. This scale and performance are not just impressive numbers, but they represent confidence the industry places in us to deliver safely, reliably, and consistently. As we look at where we are today, it's important to reflect on how far we have come. Envirotainer's legacy spans over 40 years, and it is story to continuous innovation, leadership, and temperature control logistics. Let me highlight few key milestones that we have shaped in our journey. In 1985, Envirotainer was first founded in Stockholm, Sweden, and then the new era in the cold chain logistic has begun. In 2010, we introduced RAP E2, which is our breakthrough product. In 2024, we have integrated with VacuTech, which is a leader in advanced passive solutions. This slide captures the core of what we stand for at Envirotainer. Our promise includes seven key pillars, and I would like to take you through each of them one by one. So coming to the life cycle and the therapy areas that we cover, our solutions support all life cycle stages, major therapy areas. Whether it's R&D, preclinical trials, clinical trials, unfinished products, APIs, commercial distribution, our solutions are designed to meet the specific needs of each phase. In addition to the life cycle coverage, we also support wide range of critical therapies, be it cell and gene therapy, be it commercial distribution, be it vaccine distribution. So we have some or other solution available with us which can support the distribution of these respective therapies. So coming to the product portfolio, we have the widest product portfolio available into the industry. So this slide will give you a visual overview of our complete product portfolio mapped across two dimensions. On x-axis, we have plotted the temperature ranges from -1 plus 37 degree. On y-axis, we have plotted the size of the cargo that current customer might be handling. So when you look at for large size cargo, we have active solutions like check containers that comes in the two sizes of wraps that can accommodate around 4 US pallet or 5 Euro pallet, and Arcan E1, which can accommodate 1 Euro pallet or 1 US pallet. And we also received one new set of containers. These are the most advanced active containers, Relay series. Then for the mid-size cargo, we are having a proof tainer, which was previously known as the vacuum tainers. For one pallet solution, we have our pallet shippers like one pal available with. For small size cargo parcels, we are having one pack as well as proof pack, and we serve temperature ranges -150 plus 37 degrees. As we already discussed in last slide, the temperature we offer is the widest range in the industry standards. Be it control room temperature 15 to 25, be it refrigerated 2 to 8, be it frozen temperature, or be it a cryogenic temperature. We have one or other solution available with us. Yeah, coming to the fleet available with us, so we have largest fleet in the industry. We are our network includes almost 130 countries, 300 plus airports, ensuring global coverage. We have 120 stations available with us, and we have largest fleet of active containers of around 9,000 active containers, 3,000 advanced passive containers, and around 20,000 advanced passive boxes. That makes a largest fleet in the industry. Coming to the global station network, our global station network ensures timely delivery, operational flexibility. We have strategic coverage across globe, including APEC, Europe, Americas, with this 120 stations around the regions. Coming to the APEC specific coverage, so currently we are operate through 17 strategic locations in the APEC. In India, we are available in Ahmedabad, Mumbai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Vizag. Yeah. And India is a key market for us. Our team includes 5 commercial personnel and a strong operational crew. We bring local expertise with global standard to support Indian pharma. Coming to the operational services, our operational services in 24/7 customer support, pickup delivery, cargo straps, reconditioning, and these services ensure every shipment handled with care and precision. Yeah. Coming to our digital capabilities, so our digital tool includes booking and tracking the portal, live monitoring, control tower, route finder, shipment report, as well as we support on API integration with our customers. And with the support of this API integration, we can extend all our features like live monitoring, live tracking of this container to our customers. Coming to the part that we our previous panel discussion on sustainability. So sustainability is a central to our strategy. We use circular business model, reusable solutions, and also efficient logistic to help customers to meet their sustainability goals. And coming to our science-based targets, so we are committed to most ambitious science-based targets in the industry. We have target of net zero by 2050 on the scope 3 emissions, the most significant and the most challenging area. We are leading the way the climate responsibility. Yeah, coming to the final pillar, that is the handling complexity. So we handle complex products and complex trade lanes, route with multiple transshipment, longer transit time, or limited cold chain infrastructure, region with extreme climates where maintaining temperature integrity is very critical, lanes that require compliance with multiple regulatory frameworks and real-time visibility. Whether it's complex product or a difficult route, Envirotainer is trusted to deliver on time in full, in specifically because the patient's safety depends on it. Yeah. Now coming to our most advanced active containers, Villi family, which represents next generation of active temperature control containers. Villi series is designated to offer unmatched control efficiency for pharmaceutical shipment. So Relay comes with a size preposition. We have already TAP and Arcan, similar to like E-Tech, but you also have one very size that is of RLP. So the RLP is somewhere in between of Arcan and RAP. It can accommodate 3 Euro pallet and 2 US pallet. Apart from that, entire Relay series comes with features and benefits like live monitoring capabilities, providing real-time data on internal temperature, external temperature, location, GPS, whether the door open, yes or no, whether cargo inside, yes or no. All these things can be tracked and monitored live to our portal. Villi named as an advanced active in 2025 World Health Organization guideline. WHO endorsement is a rare, unbiased benchmark in the industry. With Relay, you can confidently align the highest global standards for quality, safety, and compliance. What sets apart Relay is up to 170 hours of autonomy, real-time monitoring, plug-in capability with extended protection, and significant CO2 reduction with any other passive solution. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for your time and attention. We look forward to partnering with you to ensure medicines reach patients safely, reliably, and sustainably. Across India and the world, we are present. We already taken you through that, and we have a booth in the stall area below. Also, we have got one of active containers in the parking area. Get any active container out of airport bonded area is quite difficult. So whenever you are free, is try to visit our active container area as well. Thank you. Thank you so much for the time. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Varun. Can we please give a round of applause once again, everyone? So as Mr. Varun has mentioned, they do have a stall at the exhibition area, so you can surely feel free to visit them and get your queries and your doubts sorted. Well, thank you so much for being such kind listeners. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the lunch break. Yes, of course. And the lunch break will last for 45 minutes. So enjoy your delicacies and I'll see you back in next 45 minutes. Thank you very much and see you after the lunch break. Few of our eminent speakers will be delivering the lectures, of course, business presentations, which will be quite fruitful for our daily day-to-age life. Just to inform you all, from 45 minutes, we have reduced the lunch Ladies and gentlemen, here's a request to one and all to kindly please come inside and fill in the auditorium room in the interest of the time. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, we have to give the weightage to the time it well deserves. I request each one of you to please come inside. You all to take keen interest in each and every topic which will be presented in front of you all, and also it will be a great pleasure if you are coming up with the questions. As we all know, due to interest of the time, yes, 2 questions are allowed, but feel free to connect with them during the break. Our next presentation is a business presentation. It's going to be a standalone presentation which will be delivered by Mr. Ankit Patel. He's from Medcover Global. And as he's getting his team ready, may I please request till then Mr. Ankit Patel to kindly join us on the stage. Can we please give a round of applause to Mr. Ankit Patel, everyone? Hello, sir. How are you doing? Thank you so much, and all yours. Once again, everyone, can we please give a round of applause to Mr. Patel? Thank you so much. Over to you.
I hope I'm audible to everyone. So, welcome back with these. Myself, Ankit Patel. I am the India sales Medcover Global. Ahmedabad based company.
I am myself based out of Ahmedabad. Okay. So all who are coming out of Ahmedabad, welcome to beautiful city. It's a beautiful weather today. I hope you all will enjoy in Ahmedabad today. For a very simple, small company, we are into the this cold chain packaging. This cold chain packaging for pharma, and we are no not only present in India, but even we have a good presence, good strength globally as well. As I said, we have our factory which is located in Ahmedabad. We have our head office which is located in Ahmedabad. We are into cold chain pharma packaging, and we are a very young company, less than 10 years, okay, but a fast growing company, and we have been recognized a lot within India in the pharmaceutical exports business. As you can see, we have distribution network across India. So if you need any packaging, basically we are into thermal covers and temperature data loggers, only into 15 to 25 products as of now. And if anyone of any pharma companies or any logistics partner, any airlines need any thermal covers which are pertaining to 15 to 25, we are here to serve them across the globe. We are, as I said, we have a factory, a good sizable factory in Ahmedabad. Currently, our capacity is 2,000 thermal covers a day, which is the largest globally. As no, we are the largest manufacturers of thermal covers currently in India, with more than 20 different grades that we have. Why with 20 different grades? Because we develop, do research depending on the need. We do not provide what we have, we provide what the customer wants, and that's why there are lot of solutions, lot of different grades that we have. We have our in-house research and development, our in-house quality assurance, everything for thermal covers. All our grades or whichever grades that we are providing or proposing to customers, all are validated, tested, not once but every year we do the validation and testing of all our products, so that our customers which they get the reports or validation reports are less than 12 months old and not more than a year old. We have our in-house chambers in which we do validation and also we do validation in the direct sunlights as well, okay, which is the requirement as per the pharma. We have our in-house raw material facility as well. This helps us, to lower down our delivery timeline. We are not dependent even for raw material on someone. Most of the raw material is manufactured by within our walls itself. So everything is dependent, and that's why when it comes to thermal covers, we have one of the fastest delivery timelines in India. And not only that, I think we are the only company in India which provide for-site rates to all the customers. So if you are there in any corner of the country, our rates are always for sites, and we do not charge anything extra for the transport wherever you ask our thermal covers for. There are many challenges. I think most of the challenges have been what people are working on. But when we talk about 8 or 10 years back, there were many challenges in the pharma cold chain, temperature excursions. What is the entire cold chain? Right? The logistics team, there are many people here, from the logistics, they maintain the entire cold chain. But there is always a break in the cold chain, especially on the tarmac, where you need max 2 or 3 hours of protection, not more than that. Okay? That's where the thermal cover comes into picture. Thermal covers, they give protection. They do not maintain the temperature. No, they do not maintain the temperature. They give protection for 2 to 3 hours for your 15 to 25 products. That's where is the whole application of the thermal covers is. And of course, the traditional packagings which are not suitable for pharma, they may be suitable for general cargo, but not for pharma. That's where the thermal covers come into picture. They are giving you the protection for the small number of hours that you require. And of course, standardization across lanes. So we have validated our thermal covers for different lanes. So if you are exporting from, say, India to Europe, Russia, Australia, Latin America. So why more than 20 grades? Because every lane demands a different kind of insulation, different kind of product.
the thermal cover which you may be using for Europe may not be suitable for Latin America, right? And that's why we have 20 different grades, and based on that, we do provide the solution to our customers. What do we have? We have thermal covers, of course. We also have, recently we have developed PCM based thermal covers, and even in PCM based thermal covers, we have developed different solutions that are still in the nascent stage, but yeah, have given very encouraging results. So that is something that we have recently developed and already commercialized in the market. And in the coming weeks or coming months, you will see a very good and a broad range of PCM based thermal covers solutions from MatCover. We also do have temperature data loggers. I'll elaborate on those in the coming slides. So like why thermal covers, as I mentioned, protects against heat and cold both in the 10 meg. So it's not only about the higher temperatures, warm weathers, it's also about it's freezing. So your products are 15 to 25 and it's snowing, say in Russia or in Canada, and you want to protect your shipment to go even below 15, so protecting from incursion. There also the thermal covers come into picture when you need the protection for 2 to 3 hours. And and the last mile, of course, yeah. So the protection is for 2 to 3 also. That helps for the last mile shipments as well. So when you are, your end customer is 1 or 2 hours away and you do not want to spend a lot on the more robust packaging solution where the thermal covers come into picture. We have many grades. Now all these grades in thermal covers are developed not by us, are developed because of the demand from the customer. So as I said, we are serving the customer depending on their need, and we are not providing something that we have. So we go to the customer, we understand what are their requirements, what are the challenges, and based on that, we develop the product which is suitable for their shipment lane, for their product. Every product has different requirement. A syrup which is a liquid has a different requirement than capsules which are solid, right? So based on all those things, we develop the different grades and do validate those grades depending on the customer's lane. You can see all those if you want. We have a stall below, and you can see all our grades physically as well. Why us? Because we have been talking since morning, patient focused. Everything what we are here, what we have been doing, okay? Even if you are purchasing any packaging which are meant for medicine, we need to keep in mind the patient, because those are the end customers. Without the patients, we all will not be here. We will not have any business. There will be no pharma companies, there will be no logistics, there will be no pharma packaging. It is the patients that is the heart of everything. And whenever we are transporting or manufacturing or transporting any medicine, we need to keep the end user patient. That patient can be anyone. That patient can be ourselves, our parents, our grandparents, right? So those medicines which we are shipping with any packaging, and if we are trying to do we are not using suitable packaging, those medicine can circle back to our parents, and it can impact us. So that's where it's a patient focused strategy that we have, that depending on the requirement, we deliver the products, we deliver the results. Of course, reliability in performance, customization. You ask any size you want in thermal cover. We don't have any standard size. There are limitless sizes. You ask which size you want in any quantity, we can deliver those in any grade. That is something that has helped us to grow a lot in India as well. And that keeps our customers happy as well. So, talking about, we only have thermal covers, and even in one product, we have a very extensive R&D. We do a lot of research in material, lot of research into design, lot of research into validations. As I mentioned, every year we validate all our grades. That's a compulsion. Our customers should not get a validation report which is more than 12 months. Okay, I don't know about what other practices others are doing, but you should not get. Why? Because every year the weather is changing. if I have a validation report which is say 5 years old, okay, 5 years the weather was different, but today the weather is very different, and those validation reports which are 5 or 6 years old may not be justify what are the today's scenario. Hence, we do a performance validation test every year, and of course, as our Sitarama Rao sir said, it's a developing India first cold chain technology. We India are the called a pharmacy of the world. We are exporting maximum lot of pharmaceutical exports from India. So our all products are India centric. We do validation depending on the temperatures which are here in India, because the problems, majority of the problems are faced in India. Hence it is India centric, and if it works in India, it works everywhere. So this is what we do, and hence our products have been able to deliver results, wherever the pharmaceutical our products packaging is used. And yeah, sustainability is also very important. It is the need of the hour, and the future depends on it. Hence, we are also working on the sustainability part, reusability. You can, if you have a chance, you can visit our stall where you can see we have sustainable thermal covers as well, where you can reuse them. You can use them for different applications as well, so that there is a very less wastage and low carbon emissions. So that is also something that we have started working on since last 2 years, and we have gained a lot of good results, and we have developed 3 or 4 grades which are sustainable and can be reused, even recycled. In temperature data loggers, there's because the industry, they even demands for the temperature data loggers. We have, as I said, we are very simple, and we have just kept the basic ones in our portfolio, so that if we are giving the packaging to you, we also provide the single-use data loggers as well, if required. So these are the only 3 models that we have. Of course, we have a lot of other models as well, but those are not our commercial product portfolio. We are specialized into thermal covers, and that is what something that we keep on doing. So these are the entire range of products that we deal in. AKE liners, we have a very good market of AKE liners with airlines in Europe. So one of the biggest products that we manufacture and supply to the airlines, especially in Europe, is the AKE liners. ULD covers, we supply a lot of ULD covers to the airlines as well. Even we supply those ULD covers directly to pharma companies as well. Container liners, that also one of the key products that we have. So if you want to insulate your entire container, so if your products are going by ocean, those may be pharma or even food products, then we do have container liners, and all these products we can provide in different grades depending on your product, your requirement. So those also we do manufacture, and we have a very good market for those as well. And other products like drum covers, box liners, and cooler bags, which are associated products. But yeah, thermal covers, ULD covers, container liners, these are our main products. And with only these products, we are a team of say 80 to 100 people in India itself, with our factory here in Ahmedabad and our HO, of course, in Ahmedabad. These are the few list of our customers. As I say, I will not be wrong to say that when it comes to thermal covers and associated products, we have more than 50% market share, and we want to keep growing, not only in India but globally. We supply to 40 to 50% of pharma exporters in India, and as we are growing fast, not only in India, we are also focusing a lot on US market, Europe market as well, and African as well as Latin American market. We do have our stock keeping options as well there. Hence, one of the, as you said, one of the biggest players in thermal blankets, and we'll look forward to launching many more grades, many more products when it comes to thermal packaging in coming years. We are a young company, we are learning day by day, but the industry is also helping us, and that's how we have able to make a huge list of customers for ourselves in these few years. That's it from my side, and thank you for patiently listening out to me, and yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patel sir, for providing those wonderful insights. I'm still waiting for my audience, I guess. So I believe probably many of them would be wandering at the exhibition stalls, which is completely fine as long as they're keeping it the things. We are proceeding with the next panel discussion. The next panel discussion is on the topic focusing on leveraging IoT and smart sensors to build zero exertion cold chain. I take the opportunity and would like to welcome our panelists up on the stage. First up, our moderator, Dr. Hind Kokje, Chief Editor, Biospectrum, India, Asia. Huge round of applause, everyone. Our next speaker, Mr. Srirang Deshpande, National Sales Head, EcoFrost, EcoZen. Our next speaker, Mr. Rituparna Chaturvedi, Country Manager, Cryo PDP. Huge round of applause, everyone. And our next speaker, Mr. Arvind Kumar Kachar, Major Accountant Manager, UPS Healthcare. Huge round of applause, everyone. Well, presenting our third panelist up on the stage, as you all know the drill, we're gonna take the Q&A round after the panel discussion. We'll be allowed to take only 2 questions. Please keep it strictly related to the subject line. Well, thank you very much, and over to our moderator.
So good afternoon, everybody. General topic of cold chain management now. Specific area of management. And we are discussing here that how IoT and sensors, etc., can bridge for this particular purpose. I think for this audience, there is no need to tell exactly what IoT is and what are smart sensors, etc. To a certain extent, bring them in different kind of we know their benefits like are for real-time monitoring and digital analysis and elements that are involved in our logistics, and ultimately providing our stakeholders relief that if things goes wrong, take the corrective action. Need to expand further. To discuss this topic, we have a very interesting panel here. I'll start from my extreme left. We have got Arvind Kumar Gajjar, and he is handling some major clients in UPS Healthcare. Then we have got Parna Chaturvedi, and he's the country manager for Cryo PDP. And we have Srirang Deshpande here from EcoFrost. I'm being a journalist. I'm not going to talk much. Like interview, I will just ask just straight questions and give you more time to speak. So let us begin with first round of the question, which I feel the first round is common for all. I recently read 2 articles, and one was that the title of the one article was Zero Excursion, Fiction or Reality. And the second article was Zero Excursion and Almost Achievable Reality. I don't know the gap between the 2 articles, but the second article was published in 2018. So 7 years have passed. So my first question to all of you is that where exactly we are from this achievable reality to actually achieved or still not even reached there. So what has happened in the last 7 years in our situation And what is our status today as far as zero excursion is concerned in the cold management? I think I'll start with Sriran first.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for this opportunity. Let me give some small introduction. So, I'm Srirang Deshpande. I'm heading as a national sales for solar powered cold storages. So, this company is formed by 3 IITians incubated in IIT Kharagpur. Ecozen is the pioneer for decentralized first solar cold room in India, we can say in world. So this technology is invented by Ecozen, and which considering the rural area, rural challenges, rural requirement like lack of electricity, lack of awareness, lack of training. So it has lot of inputs. So I'm not going into detail, but to start with this, and so far deployed 1200 plus solar cold storages all over the world, and 4 lakhs plus solar pumps, and so far lot of innovative products are coming. So coming to the main thread, ki why this zero excursion, how we are looking at. So I am seeing it's an golden opportunity and necessity requirement. So I would say we are facing the same challenges around 10 years back. Is not the situation like this. Now there is awareness has been increased. So earlier there was no solution available. Solution is available. Awareness has increased, but there is a tremendous scope of work need to do. So I would say currently I am considering this in 2 phases. One is pharma phase. There is a little bit in advanced stage. And second is food security. There are still means if you say 2080 principle, 20 pharma 80 agri food industry. So for this food industry, so it's just a beginning. Now this year only policy has came to create an infra at farm gate level. So far even means government is realizing the problem. So infra is needed. Just 30 years before, if you see, for refrigerator was a luxury item. Now it's a necessity. It's a farm ka fridge, means farm infra. Similarly, different types like pharma industry, there is infra at rural is mandatory. So cold chain, one at infra, second is transportation. So like reefer vans and all to end. And third, we are first infra at source like farm or factory. Second, transportation, and third to the end user where we are using. So I would say as a India, we have just started the journey, and we can say if we see the developed countries, we are around 7 to 8 years back in the race, but still we are on the right path. At least this discussion is happening. This is the main I can say.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, so definitely I'll cover. So I'll just introduce myself. Ritu Parn. I take care of the cryopDB as a country head here. So we are into the very precise, critical temperature control pharma shipment movement. That is what our organization is into, and we are a very niche player. So we only handle just the temperature control and just the pharma. That's it. So coming back to the interesting journey. So I've been associated with this my life sciences businesses with various customers on the transportation as well as their complete logistics requirements since 2007 onwards. So I can still date back to maybe somewhere in 2007 when I used to have the discussions with the different industry stakeholders, right? From because we as a logistics provider, we have to deal with multiple stakeholders, so which also includes the first, like from the customer, starting a journey from the customer side, then dealing with various transporters, then we have airports for the air shipment, then we have the seaports for the ocean shipments. So that's where actually all the entire ecosystem of this the pharma logistics or the temperature control logistics, I've seen it has evolved to a very different level now. Even the same, say the same contacts which I used to deal with somewhere in 2007, 2010, during that time, the kind of the discussions what we have now, it is a like a sea change, I can say. It is a so coming back to what has changed, like in terms of the temperature control. So I have seen the journey, like right from the very crude and the basic packaging, which was just the thermocol boxes. From there, now we have the insulation evolved over the period, and now everyone is talking about the VIP, which is a vacuum insulation panel. So that is one of the biggest change in the insulation as a like to protect the temperature. Then there is a huge change in the refrigerants. So where people used to deal with water-based gel packs, and now we are talking about the PCM. We've heard Matt cover, Ankit talking about the categories of the various the thermal comers which they have evolved. So that shows that where, and it is on the demand of the customer. So customers have started now taking an interest and trying to understand and then getting the solution created as per their need, their product need basically. So that's something which is very interesting. And coming back to the visibility side as well. So we've gone are those primitive days where the customers or maybe the we will have not have the access of any the datas of when the shipment, where the shipment was, what was the temperature, and then now we have we are going through a journey where actually we see that it is a live visibility of the temperature, and customer wants to see it. They want to have the access of that. Not only just the temperature, then now we are also talking about the shocks, we are talking about the exposure to light, we are talking about the location. So we have now various players who have come forward into the GPS plus GSM based technology sensors. We are talking about the Bluetooth beacons. So there the industry itself, the cold chain industry has evolved over all this, and definitely now I see the going further ahead is basically that there has to be a kind of a data sharing. That is something which I see, which can be utilized as a predictive analysis, which can be utilized to create a better solution, like to mitigate any risk which we see or foresee maybe during the entire journey. So that is something as a next is what I see is the industry will definitely be trending to. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, now it's okay. Yeah. So, good afternoon, first of all. I am just to introduce myself. I am Arvind Kumar Gajjar, taking care of sales and marketing for UPS Healthcare. And just to answer your question that where we reach in last 7 years. So, correct. Correct. So for last 7 years, we would say we have made a significant progress. I would say in cold chain management and managing the temperature control trends, and that has been a significant growth. Secondly, what we can say is I can divide it into three parts. Majorly, so packaging, infrastructure, and thirdly, to the technology. Okay, so packaging, yes, Ritu sir has already informed us a long presentation that there are lots of evolution happened into the packaging. Infrastructure wise, yeah, what we are lacking, we were lacking, I would say, in terms of infrastructure at the tarmac level. Okay, where there are major chances of excursion happen, but there also now there has been a development. Major carriers have already introduced their dollies which takes their pharma cargo from aircraft to the cold storage, which will not allow the excursion, and that is the again development of infrastructure level, I would say. Third, as in technology, yeah, we are into the now AI generation. So we could say that on IoT and AI made the tremendous change, and it makes a real data transfer, and which allows us to take a corrective action as soon as possible the excursion has happened. We in UPS also, we are investing a lot on a technology, and we have developed a product with different technology like RFID, then mass sensors, and smart sensors with cellular data that allows customers data logger to integrate with our system. Because what happens for customers do the validation of the data loggers and their internal devices, and they insist generally to keep their own data logger with the shipment rather than from other data logger, because that is validated with them. So that integration with our system allows the same data logger, validated data logger, can read the data and give a complete report. So yeah, I would say we have evolved a lot. Evolved in terms of not up to the zero excursion level completely, but yeah, we have made it a predictive analytic kind of thing with the help of technology.
I must say that your presentation exactly tells us that how a salesperson should exactly look at the client's needs and understand the technology the way you have explained it. Mr. Chaturvedi, I'll come back to you now with some basic question. Let us start something with the basic. How do you, from your all your perspective, from all your clients as well as different kind of stakeholders, how do you exactly define zero excursion?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, like right from at the starting about those two articles, and whether it's a achievable thing that we are talking about as a zero excursion or almost achievable thing. So I would say that, see, this is like, first let's understand what is excursion all about. So it's basically that there is a defined range of a low and a high temperature, which is basically defined for that respective product in the pharma industry, and that too during the transportation part. So like anything which, suppose it is exceeding that defined limit, that is where actually temperature excursion happens. Now, from my perspective, if I have to comment, so it depends upon like how detailed analysis has been done for that respective product. So see, achieving a zero and an entire, say, environment of a zero excursion is also possible, but it needs the very the complete the ecosystem, the understanding of all stakeholders on the similar and to be aligned, and then there has to be a proper lean risk assessments conducted, and then the solutions being implemented basis on the severity level of the risk which has been identified as a critical control point during that journey. So then that is a scenario which is very much possible. But again, like because we live in a very dynamic world, we will not have the standardized infrastructure or standardized, say, the environment, like right from the origin till the destination when we are talking about a movement. So it is a dynamic world. So as Ankit also pointed out in his presentation that they have to conduct a validation study every year, and that too keeping the scenarios of the outside temperatures in the various, say, the various geographical zones. So that also becomes very important, that it needs to be a continuous process. We can't just rely down on one particular document which was maybe created at one day and then just we keep on following that. So that's something which will not lead you to a zero excursion environment.
Mr. Gajjar, I'll little bit extend the technological angle that we had earlier discussed. So my next question to you will be that what do you feel is the biggest challenge in integrating IoT and other different type of technologies that are available for zero excursion cold chain management, particularly taking into consideration our local environments, the restrictions in the infrastructure, etc.
Good question again. So yeah, I would say IoT and AI is going to be need of ours going forward to maintain a cold chain efficacy of the drug, I would say. And connecting IoT with the cold chain legacy, this is a totally technology driven. Okay, so it works on the network and databases, and yeah, wherever there is a network and the technology is there, there are some limitations because network is not the fully available everywhere. So it's required many things. So in that sense, I would say, yeah, the biggest challenge is the connectivity, because all these IoT devices generally works on network, and if there is no network or a low network, they could not transmit the data. Okay. But yeah, we can come over these things with certain technologies, future technologies, like edge computing is again one of the technology there where we can do that device, if there is no network available, it can store a data for that particular period of time, and as soon as it come within the network, it transmits the data which it has stored. So we can lose the time frame of where there is a no network only, then we can recollect the data. So such kind of technologies again there where we can come over the challenges. Then maybe using a multi devices, okay, which can use the other networks like satellite networks, which helps when there is a no network or low network availability to give us the data from the data logger. So yeah, the biggest challenge is connectivity, but yeah, it can be overcome with these certain technologies, I would say.
Now you mentioned a lot of things about the data, etc. So one more question related to that is about the data security. So can you explain something about it, that when we use of all these things will started on a very large scale, how the data security can be maintained, how the data can be secured and it cannot be leaked, etc.
Correct. So yeah, data security is utmost important. Okay, if we talk about the pharma cold chain and supply, because for any shipment moving from one place to another place, it's all depends on the what data we receive from the data logger, because it is a temperature control environment, and any excursion or incursion happen, the company is liable to answer, and there is a lengthy process after that to receive a kappa and get all these things done from the carrier side. Secondly, till the time we not take proper kappa report and all, that product cannot be launched to the final market, and there would be additional cost involved in that. Okay, so it is very important, and we could say it's data security. So blockchain is again one of the options that give us the transparent information and secure the data, and it just catch the lower the manipulation of data for that, and which can secure data integrity.
Coming back to you, Mr. Deshpande now, you rightly explain your journey which started with your IIT. So there is naturally, when you start this kind of a journey, a lot of collaboration, sometimes friction also. But from that collaboration, something emerges. You also talked about going beyond the pharma. You talked about a little bit about the food and the agriculture also. So my question to you is that how important is the collaboration between logistic providers, technical innovators, and regulators to achieve the cold chain and the zero excursion visibility?
This is highly critical, and I would say it is a necessity requirement, because currently all the data captured in fragmented way, like one at cold storage, it's separately calculated, data monitoring gets different, means one set. Second is transportation, where data monitoring is different, we are not capturing means one data, second data, and third is end user. And what are the requirement? If there are any deviations happen, we are unaware. We are just checking first point and last point. But in between, if any temperature increases, if any failure comes into the picture, so I'm connecting it with the practical example. What we did, we transported some shipment from Shimla to Chennai, this cherry. So at one time temperature maintained, then it is put up in the reefer van where temperature maintained in the way, and again the end user check the Reliance Fresh check at the end what temperature we got, and they check the quality. This is one set. We got a very positive response, and we experienced price at Shimla were around 200 rupees kg, and the demand at Chennai were 900 rupees a kg. So it's almost 4x, and it is possible because of the cold chain, because cherry couldn't have reached because without cold chain. So it is a necessity, but at the same time maintaining the temperature is also highly critical. Similarly, I would say this is, I can say, success. And one more challenges we faced, we tried lychee from Muzaffarpur to Pune. So in between, temperature was maintained at Muzaffarpur. In between, truck got failed. It reaches us a 2 days delay, and they somehow manage temperature at the end somehow in a tolerate range. But what happened when you open the box and we see this lychee was already spoiled? So that can happen if we not able to maintain, like traceability was there, so I could realize the what challenges I will face. So IoT plays a very big role. I can say we can trace down the all activities through IoT, and there are some I would say dashboards are available where we can see what are the temperature in the cold room, humidity level, number of how many if I'm correlating to cold room, so how much sunlight generated, how much energy will be there, and how long this temperature can be maintained. If system got charged, so I am sure ki temperature will maintain for the 24 hours. So similarly, you also have PCM. So it has like 5 days backup, 4 days backup, but we don't have the traceability, whether it is actually maintaining temperature or not. So integration in all these fragmented segment to one is highly critical. Means from the starting point to the transport, means one technology provider and one is till the end user.
Mr. Chaturvedi, being a country manager, company, you have to look after everything, right from technology, finance, HR. So I want to come back to you with a question on the finance, because there has been a lot of talk since morning in 2-3 earlier discussions about the cost factor of this entire cold chain management and the zero excursion, etc., etc. So what do you feel is the ROI outlook for the companies when they want to invest in this, whether they will be ready to invest or not, and what they would be expecting?
Yeah, so from my analysis, like from my experience, what I have so far achieved and have learned. Let's see, when we talk, we are talking about suppose just the pharma. So when we say pharma, then further this needs to be segmented down, because within the pharma also there are certain products which are highly critical, and then there are products which are very high value as well. But at the same time, there are products which are stable enough for which the customers are not looking forward, and those are voluminous, where the customers are not looking for the very high sophisticated, paying a huge freight cost for it, because ultimately they will not be able to achieve the return on investment for those deploying all this. So once you segment this part, like which are the products, like which APIs are very high in value, which APIs are stable, whether it's a research and development product or whether it is at a product which is at a launch stage. So within the pharma industry, healthcare industry, you need to categorize, segment out the products which are very sophisticated and would require a precise, very precise cold chain, right from the start to the end. So that is where you need to invest. There is something where it's a non-compromise, like it's a must-go situation. Whereas then you can always rework on the maybe a little say maybe a little cost-effective products, maintaining the cold chain for the products which are stable enough. Because in pharma also we have the whole world, like as we said that it's a regulated product, but the whole world, whole geography is divided into a regulated and semi-regulated market. So where actually customers who are sending their products into semi-regulated market would not be discussing on about the very precise handling on the cold chain part of it. Because ultimately it's not a regulatory requirement in those countries. So that's where actually you need to sit with your customer, you need to understand the product, you need to work on the solution for it. And that is where actually the right, say, mix will come in on the as a point of view on the return of investment. And the same thing goes with the solution provider as well, because ultimately they're working for the customer's product. So if I have to invest into a kind of a very precise and a 100% like a zero excursion kind of a solution, obviously it's going to cost me a huge. But at the same time, then there are set of products which will be which are okay to be sent in such an environment, because then those products are very high in value and they require such kind of a precise handling. So as I said, that our organization is only into pharma and only into temperature control. So we only deal with something which is very high in value, very precise handling, something which is required. Probably I might not handle a kind of a general cargo pharma product because we don't specialize into that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Deshpande, you mentioned about the policy that has been framed. Do you think that the policy currently what is being framed is adequate? What is more needed in that? And what kind of advocacy is needed to be done for that?
See, so far, for food industry, I would say there is no policy at all. So it has to be there. See, in pharma, there is like one policy. At least they are mentioning the temperature range required. So at least, like in last discussion, they said it's store in cool and dry place, but not mention the temperature. So that was the case. So in like food industry, especially if we talk about perishable, there is no as such guideline at what temperature it should guide. People are doing whatever as per their will, study at their own and maintaining the temperature. So guideline must be there. I would say this should be introduced. So at least it will create an awareness. This commodity should be stored at this temperature. That is currently it is not available, but we urge this should be point of like inclusion in policy. Second, it is not just about the one commodity. Some like processed foods is also there, pharma also there, they mentioned. So if we want to create a policy, it should be like keeping in vision. What should be like we should follow the like developed countries. Now they are getting into commodity specific cold chain. They are maintaining in that way. So temperature is maintaining. So all hub and spoke model they have created. We are in very nascent stage. I can say we are at 5% level at food, and pharma might be 20-30% level. But we know what are the requirements. At least that awareness has come. To get into policy, I would say government plays a very critical role. Like if you see last 2-3 policies government has bring, it creates a transformational change. If you see the solar pump, if you see 10 years back, there was no policy, nothing was on field. But in 10 years, from last 7-8 years, now you see almost 50% farm has covered through solar pumps and through. So similarly, if government take a will to introduce the policy and keeping in mind what are the requirements, definitely keeping in developed countries model, we can frame this policy. And second, we also look into the customized requirement based on the Indian condition, whether this is applicable or not. Most of the times, here our requirements are different based on the local condition. Like I would say the availability of electricity and the network connectivity. If it is not there, so should be a part of policy to build that infra also along with the like end-to-end. If you are creating policy, so infra should be also part to support the IoT and zero excursion aim that should along with the policy it should come.
I'd like to come back from where we started exactly. First, we saw the journey of first 7 years from 2018 now and where we have reached now. Now, I want to go a little bit into the future and again ask a common question to all of you. That what is your vision about zero excursion? How do you look at it in next 10 years or next 15 years? Where will we be and what will be the scenario?
Yeah, so it's let me answer you first. So it's actually a dream, I would say. So what I dream about, because being into this industry since last so many years, I dream about like a kind of a talking shipment, which I name it. Basically, that the shipment itself should speak about that what is the temperature I require to travel. A shipment should be self-sufficient to actually raise a flag that this is not the place for me to be kept in. So this is something which, and with the use of the technology, I see this is happening. It's just a matter of like collaborating the different technology, integrating it with all the stakeholders, and certain maybe the kind of the security and the regulatory norms which can which allow the whole ecosystem to collaborate together. So that's actually what I dream of, because that is something, because I see if we are talking about a zero excursion case, and since we are living in a dynamic world where actually the process keeps on changing, weather keeps on changing, people keeps on changing, and everything else keeps on changing. So that's where actually if you have the shipment itself, like which is actually speaking and which raises a flag that yes, this is a place where I need to be, or maybe this is the temperature which is required for me to be kept, and makes a noise like if not there. That is a scenario where I feel that maybe we'll be able to achieve a zero excursion.
Mr. Gajjar, what is your vision about this? Particularly, you must have observed since morning there have been a lot of talk about the requirements because of the cell and gene therapy, because those requirements are a little bit different. So your clients' demands will keep on changing in the next 10, 15 years. So how do you look at it?
No, absolutely. See, clients' demand will be there for sure, and now India is shifting from conventional pharmaceutical to biosimilars and cell and gene therapies. So, and these are the critical one to maintain the temperature and move with the minimum excursion or zero excursion. So, demand will be there for sure. But see the evolution. If we see earlier, we were moving all the shipments and all with no data logger. Then data logger has been came to read the data. We might not have thought that we will be having in near future with the real time data that will happen now. So going forward, there will be a demand that contingency plan also will be designed and that will be done within the technology only. So that if there is excursion and there will be kind of some action need to be taken, the contingency plan will be developed itself with the AI and that can manage the further things without human intervention. So such kind of demand I foresee maybe there down the line 10 years.
So Deshpande, your
See, zero excursion means I am getting this apple stored at 4 degree and end user eating 4 degree apple. So end-to-end cold chain has been maintained with this perfect keeping quality. Means like whatever we picked up like food from the farm to my plate should maintain the quality, and this is possible with the help of end-to-end cold chain. So that's it, how I feel.
Before I conclude, I got one last question for you, Mr. Chaturvedi. Going into slightly expanded field of international thing, that in pharma, there are demands from the FDAs and various regulatory authorities from different countries. So how do you feel that the new technologies, particularly IoT, etc., will help, even AI, will help in companies remain compliant with the new evolving standards of the regulators world over?
Okay, so if I understand your question correctly, so what you're looking at, maybe how the different regulatory bodies across the globe,
Yeah.
because we have a different regulation in different countries. So every regulatory body also speaks a different requirement. So the question is basically that how the evolving technologies in the form of IoT or AI can support the whole ecosystem, where any changes or maybe any requirement or new requirement which may come up from the regulatory bodies can also support the entire system. So yeah, so one thing which I foresee is a predictive analysis basis on the various data or the IoT. Like if we have the access of the data, which can provide you a predictive analysis, that actually will be very helpful for the entire industry as well as the regulatory bodies to understand what went wrong, basically, or maybe what can go wrong, basically. Like, so one is that part where actually the technology will play a very important role. The other thing is the blockchain, as Arvind also mentioned, a kind of a very secure data sharing among all these stakeholders. That also creates a lot of visibility, basically, that what solutions to be deployed and who needs to improve on the various infrastructure part of it. Then on the third thing, I would say that on the regulations, maybe any constant upgrade, or maybe where the maybe any changes which is happening with any regulatory body at any country, which is asking for a different requirement on terms of maybe certain the importation of certain products, can also become a kind of a live thing for the entire industry. That's also one of the things which I feel foresee.
So we had a very interesting discussion in this journey from past to a little bit of forward, and various different points came out, right from technology to data security to finance and return on investment, etc. Even policy also, and I'm sure that all will help us in our respective fields. So I'd like to conclude here, and before concluding, I want to thank all my panelists, as well as like to thank NSE BBM, NBFCCM, and the audience also for taking interest in it. And I'll open this floor for questions from the audience.
This was the last panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, further which we have only one standalone presentation. So feel free to ask the questions in case if you have any points which you have not get in by any chance, and if you want to know more about it, please kindly raise your hand. I know this is straight after the lunch break, but I'm pretty sure you have at least grasped 80% of it. Any questions from the audience? And this time I won't stop you for 2 questions. In case if we have 3, it's welcomed. Any questions from the audience? Okay, so I still feel, sir, they're figuring out the questions and they might ask you in the tea break. So thank you so much for being the great listeners, as always you all are. And it's time for the felicitation now. Okay. Charge. First up, I request our moderator to please felicitate to Srirang Deshpande, sir. Huge round of applause. Next up to Mr. Rituparna Chaturvedi. Huge round of applause. And next up to Mr. Arvind Kumar Gajjar. I request Avinash sir to kindly please come on the stage and felicitate our moderator, Dr. Milind Kokje. Huge round of applause, everyone. I want the entire panelists to please step forward for the group picture. Sarvesh sir, why don't you please come ahead and join them? Thank you so much. Thank you, panelists. It was a wonderful presentation, a wonderful panel discussion. We enjoyed it thoroughly. Thank you. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings me to the next standalone business presentation, which will be given by Mr. Rajneesh Agarwal, sir, from Embeliso. I request Mr. Rajneesh Agarwal, sir, to please come on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a round of applause? This is the standalone presentation of our today's conference. Rajneesh Agarwal from Embeliso. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take a bit of your time and would like to inform you all, in case if you have not gone and visited the exhibition area, we request you all to kindly please visit all the stalls and take all the necessary information that will add more grace to your knowledge. So kindly please do that before we end the conference. Now the standalone presentation is from Rajneesh Agarwal sir, and kindly enjoy the presentation. Thank you so much.
Hello. Okay. Just imagine कि एक movie चल रहा है, and then how do you connect with that movie? It's the operation, the process, what you do, and then just try to connect with that and see what you are doing and what we are trying to present, and then later maybe at some point we can discuss, okay, we can support you, we can help you to overcome your challenge or not, and then you can also see where we are missing or where you are missing. So it's like a collaborative approach. So Embeliso, like the name sounds little typical because it's a French company. They started 35 years old, one of the pioneers in the passive temperature control packaging. And the word Embeliso, it's a French word. I don't know if any of you know French. Como ça va? So embel means packaging. ISO means isothermal. So it's isothermal packaging. And we were the first in Europe to start use of extruded polystyrene as an insulation material against thermocol EPS, which was used in especially pharma industry. Just a little bit about Embeliso. I'll not go much into detail. So Embeliso, it's a family-owned private company. Globally, we have around 12 manufacturing sites, and we have a global network where we do a lot of refabrication, reuse, recycle activities. We always try to be close to our customers wherever our customers are there. So we try to follow our customers. And we have our in-house R&D development where we develop new insulation material, where we work on new type of energy, what you call the PCM or water-based anything. So we try to merge a good insulation with a good energy and provide you a better solution which can perform. And we have our own in-house lab where we continuously work to design, develop different solution based on your requirement. When we take your requirement, we customize the solution. And we also work a lot on sustainable, like in the morning we discussed. So we work a lot on sustainability. We are EcoVadis certified in Europe, and we also are ISTA member for the different temperature controlled lanes. So this is our global footprint where we are present and where we work with our own facility for refabrication and collection. So maybe next year, if we meet again, you'll find some more green and blue spots. So before I get into our product, I'll just like to show you a small video how our products are used in your operation team and how it can be easily assembled and flat packed and made ready with your products for shipment. sorry for that. So this is an example of one of the pallet shipper where we send it to the customer in flat pack. They can assemble it in their warehouse very easily. These are very lightweight. And then your product, which is already pre-packed on a pallet, US or a Euro pallet, and then you can put it inside directly with a forklift or a stacker. And then you put the ice packs, which is already frozen in the cold room, maybe minus 20, plus 5, whatever is the requirement. And we have proper slots to put the ice packs where you cannot make any, or your operation team cannot make any mistake. We have a pictorial representation of that. They can see the picture and they can put the ice packs inside and then close the door and it is ready to ship. As easy, simple, and as fast as that. So I hope at least some of you would be able to connect with that, like many of you do this type of shipment with for cold packaging and all. So this is how we make it, try to make it simple. We try to work people at the operations level and develop a solution so that it's more user friendly. So this is a range of our products. We start from a protective range where we all know, like we have pallet shippers or boxes or 15-25 product where we can just have a thermal blanket. So when we say blanket, a blanket is a blanket which protects your product. So a thermal blanket which can be waterproof, which can be breathable, which can reflect so that the temperature inside is maintained. And mostly these thermal blankets help us during the tarmac. Like in the previous session, one of the panelists was saying we have cool dolly. So India still, I don't think all the airports they have cool dolly, and then it's sometimes a challenge where to use the cool dolly because of operational reasons or cost reason and other things. So thermal blankets come to that rescue, and for the entire shipment it enhances the performance. Then we have standard, premium, and premium plus range. So I'll not go into much detail, but try to explain you how these things are categorized. Standard is like when we have a shipment for maybe 24 hours to 72 or 96 hours, maybe within India or around India, or we know the parcel can reach the destination between that 72 or 96 hours, then we use standard range. And even the pallet shipper within 120 hours, then we use the standard range. And standard range are mostly with designed with insulation and water-based ice packs. Premium and premium plus, or the red one is like generally we call premium plus. So the major difference between them is premium goes up to 120, 140 hours, but the premium plus solution can go up to 240 hours. So they are designed with insulation like polyurethane, vacuum panels, and PCMs which are developed in-house. Embelizo R&D, like we have our own R&D team, as I said, we develop the PCM for minus. So the minus range is generally minus 15 to minus 25. We don't work with dry ice, we work with ice packs. 2 to 8 and 1525. Even sometimes we cater to some special customized requirement like 2 to 25 or 15 to 30 or minus 20 to minus 25. So we work a lot with the customers to understand what are their pain points, challenges, and then where we can leverage our technology, our knowledge to develop and customize the solution for them. So these solutions, most of these solutions, the premium and premium plus are reusable, maybe for domestic market when you have a combination of a good logistic company and a packaging company where we support, and then you can get these boxes back to the origin destination or can be used for multiple destinations. So it is like a package where you invest as a capex, but in next 3 to 4 months, get your ROI. So these boxes can be used for almost 2 years. And we also provide a lot of replacement in case there is any accidental damage in the box during the transit, during the handling process, so that you can use this solution up to 2 years, like the shelf life of the solution. So after 3-4 months, when you get the ROI, the solutions are free. But you contribute towards the environment. You don't contribute towards the landfill. You don't contribute towards a single-use solution. You don't contribute towards your cost where you're buying 4,500 boxes every month, spending money every time, and you don't know, you're not aware where the solutions are going. We help you with our network to attain this type of reuse model. We work with you so that you can, participate in the reuse model and save your time, save your money, and add something to the environment. So these are like pallet shippers. What we have like high performance pallet shippers. We have pallet shippers which performs up to 120 hours for like short duration. Depending on your requirement, we have a lot of solutions, and solution which can work on airway bill, solution which can work something like maybe from Ahmedabad in peak summer, 40, 45 degrees, and it's going to Canada, minus temperature. So how do we work on that sort of solution where you cannot open the box till it reaches the destination, and your solution is exposed to different range of temperature, peak high and peak low. Then we have the box pallet. So these big solutions are used when the same solution or the bulk solutions are going to the same destination in volume. We do a lot of customization. Like in the box pallet, we have some small range of solution which can fit for the domestic flights. We have big range of solution which can fit for the commercial flights, and even for a higher range like above 160 mm for the flighters and all, where 180 centimeter can also fit high. And these are into Euro pallet, US pallet, and half ULD. So ULD is generally the size where in the airline they have that standard, and these solutions all fit into that ULD. These are what we call the small parcel shippers. But again, the first one, the standard solution, what you see is what we call the last mile solution or the patient bag, what we have been discussing since morning. So that solution has been made very simple and can be used by any of the patient at home. The ice packs are not in the form of pouch, which will leak or get damaged, but in HDPE bottles, which can be put in your home refrigerators. And whenever you need, you just pick it up, put it in the box, and take it. The vacuum, Isogo, all these solutions are multi-use solutions with high performance PCM. So like a box has 6 sides, so we have just one ice pack on all the sides. So 6 ice packs. And all the ice pack configured or conditions at the same temperature. Just take it out from the fridge, put it inside, and we also provide a product box. So if you think that you have a shipment after 2 days, after a week, where you have 50, 100 boxes, so use our product box, put your product inside that, put it in the cold room. When you have the shipment, just take out that box, put it in the box, pack it, and it is ready to go. Your logistic team will come and take it. As simple as that. We try to make all the operations very simple, very user-friendly. And even many times we see people at the operations level, they are not educated. They cannot read. So we have big pictorial representation where, in A3 or A2 or A1 size, we have big posters. We give it to the customer. They'll just place it in the operation. So they'll see the color, put the ice pack, and there is no scope of making mistake. Instead of one ice pack, they cannot put 2. It will not fit. So we try to make it very simple. And we have other solutions like standard export within 48 hours, standard national within 24 hours, and the patient bag, like I said, can be used for local distribution, for patients, for hospitals, even for blood bags. So it has multiple uses. So this is just few pictures where the second and the fourth picture, if you see, you can connect, like that is how it goes in the airline. That is, the bottom is called the ULD, and the first picture is to explain you that how you can stack our pallet shippers in a very simplified manner. You can use the space, maybe if your warehouse is up to 25, 30 feet, you can use the entire space. You can stack it. because we send you in a flat pack system. So maximum space utilization. And this is an example of one of our warehouse. We work with a lot of 3PL companies. So this is one of the example in Europe. So this is just to explain you like how the sustainable approach for us works. So we design a product for you which is fit for reverse logistic. Then we recover them from 80 to 100 countries, and the entire process is being traced and tracked. I'll go through this process in brief one by one. So the products what we design are very lightweight, easy to use, simple to assemble, and very simple to disassemble. Like when it goes to your customer, maybe in US, Europe, or any part of the world, even in Asia. So we have a A4 size picture. Like to assemble, you take the step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. To disassemble, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As simple as that. And we also have videos where we can share with you, and then your people can just see the video and they can do that. And we have all pallet shipper. We have pallet shipper with water based. We have pallet shipper with PCM. So as per your requirement, we have pallet shipper for minus range also. Minus 15 to minus 25, we have big pallet shippers. So, like I said, we collect from a lot of destination across the globe, and we keep on adding. If we work with a new customer and they say that in Africa, we are sending thousands of pallets, but how do we collect? We can help you with our network. These are some of the locations where we collect, and we don't bring it back to the origin country. So for example, we collect something in US or Brazil or Europe, we don't bring it back to India. We send it to our nearest embellizo destination. Or if we have to reposition it, we don't use the air transport, we use sea transport or by road. So whatever, like we use multimodal, whatever is the best economical way to transport it back. So you just have to tell us where it is going and who is the point of contact. Rest all, we'll manage. We don't charge you extra for collection. In fact, we can work with you and give you some incentive, which I'll come next slide. So how do we do the collection? Even if it is like a small parcel shipper, just imagine you order something on Amazon, you get a box, scan the QR code on the box, just fill few details, your name, contact number, and our supply chain team, we have a global supply chain team. They will connect with you, send our people and collect it. Simple. You don't need to call the customer care. You don't need to wait for someone to come. You don't need to coordinate anything. As simple as that. So what do we do after collection? How do we ensure that the box is ready for use after collection? So we have a proper quality system where we do proper quality control, cleaning, and like every box has a proper traceability with QR coding. We are also working on RFID, but not only the box, every panel, every ice pack of the box has a QR code. So we can track each and every component of the box and the box itself. So that is very, very important. That's where I said if there is a challenge with one of the panel, you're reusing the box, and there's a challenge with one of the there is a challenge with one of the panels or one of the component, we can replace it. So we work with a very beautiful software system. We try to make use of the technology where we trace and track everything from the starting, like from where we bought the raw material, how did we produce, when did we produce, and then where it goes, to which customer we sold, and did we collect it back. If we collected back, what we did. So everything has been tracked, traced to our EIRP system, and it's a global. Like for example, if we say more than 10, 15,000 of our pallet shippers are moving every day, it's on the road. How do we track it? So we have a proper system and a proper team based in France who can control the entire logistics system across the globe. So when we say all this, when we claim all this, it is very important to have a proper sales team and a logistic team coordination, because like the customers, you all are sitting here, our sales team coordinate with you. You connect with our sales team, but the same information has to be conveyed to the logistic team who connects with all the other points and get it collected. It's very important to have a proper understanding between the sales and the logistics team where we connect and we share, we have a one point of contact with the customer. So when we talk about reuse, sustainability and all what we try to do, the first thing, we don't want our customer to take any stress. We want to make things as simple as possible for our customers. We want to take all the responsibility. We want our customers to make use of our network. We want our customers to make use of our software. To make it very simple, then the reuse program so that you save cost, you contribute toward the environment, you save carbon emission, you improve on your environmental footprint, and you reduce your cost. So all these things, we try to create a platform for you, and then you take advantage of all this system. And at the end, we work with our customers to pass on the monetary benefit as well. So depending on how much we have collected, where we have collected, so we try to give some monetary benefit to our customers. So it's like a win-win situation for us and our customers. So this is what the cycle, in the beginning, what I tried to explain. So from the product design till the last end, where we have a mutualized return cost, where we share the benefit with our customers. So this is just one of the example where we worked with a lot of customers, and we tried to cite out one example where we collected more than 15,000 pallet shippers in almost 2 years, and from different locations across the globe, as you can see. And what we got after that. So it was around 1,600 ton of waste what we saved. You can imagine if this was a single-use solution, how many containers would require? 40 feet, 374 40 feet container. More was required to do this shipment. And in terms of carbon emission, what we saved, like when we compare a single-use solution and a multi-use solution, we saved almost 93%. So this is the saving, this is the global footprint, what we are talking about. What we are trying to create is, we cannot do alone. We need our customers to participate. So it's a process of engagement and enforcement. We try to enforce this system within our organization, and we try to engage our customer to get involved with this system and contribute towards a better global environment and reduce carbon footprint. And thank you. But we are here to connect with you. Like I said, just in the beginning of the presentation, just think that this is the process or this is the product what you are using, and just trying to connect where we are missing and where you are missing, and then we can talk, we can connect, and then we can help each other. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Rajnish sir, for providing that wonderful insights. Ladies and gentlemen, moving further, that was the last standalone business presentation from the Embelesso team by Mr. Rajnish Agarwal. It's time for the felicitation. Yes, you heard me right. It's time for the felicitation. As you all know, no great event is complete without acknowledging the backbone and the spirits who have stood throughout for the entire conference and have contributed to the success of the exhibition we can share for the today's conference as well. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, our exhibitors are busy downstairs attending the clients. We would like to take a moment and would welcome them up on the stage. We would like to felicitate and would like to thank all the panelists, the speakers who have contributed for the success of our today's conference, also the exhibitors, media partners, the advisory team members, and NAPCCM team, whose support has made this conference a fun and, of course, an entertaining conference with a lot of knowledge being shared on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your presence and, of course, your valuable time. Kindly please be seated as we are about to welcome them up on the stage. So I request you all to kindly please be patient with us. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, I would like to know from our audience if our media partners, advisory team members, anyone from this set team are present here can come on the stage. We'll rather keep it going. Meanwhile, the exhibitors are on the way, but anyone from the media side or from the advisory team, sponsors, if they all are here from the audience, please come on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our advisory team, Mr. Salil Javeri, sir, here with us. Can we all please give a round of applause for Mr. Salil Javeri? He'll be the one who will be presenting the token of appreciation, the memento, to our sponsors, our media partners, and the exhibitors. If we have our title sponsors with us, I would like to request them to come on the stage. Our title sponsor, Celsius Logistics. Are you here with us? Yes? Okay, that's great. Can we please take the memento out for Celsius Logistics? Girls? Celsius Logistics, please take the memento. Our title sponsor for today's NAPCCM conference, Celsius Logistics. Huge round of applause for Celsius, everyone. I request Javeri sir to kindly please do the honors. Huge round of applause. Our next sponsor is a gold sponsor. Envirotainer. Envirotainer, our gold sponsor is Envirotainer. If they're here with us, please come on the stage. Envirotainer, are you with us? Okay, I probably feel they'll be coming. We'll go ahead with our next sponsor. Thank you, sir. Our silver sponsor is Metacover Global. Huge round of applause. Thank you so much. Our next partner is Lanyard Partners, Eris Dynamics. Huge round of applause, Lanyard partner, Eris Dynamics. Thank you so much for being a part of this conference and for your association. We really appreciate a lot. Huge round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much. Are we waiting for the exhibitors or they're here with us? Are we waiting? I have the names of the exhibitors. I shall go ahead and announce their names. In case if they're here with us, kindly please come on the stage or else we'll wait for you. Of course, that's not an issue. But since we are going ahead with the memento, I thought of going with their names as well. So our exhibitors, Embelisso, kindly please come on the stage, the entire team. Huge round of applause. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Our next exhibitor, Cold Age India Private Limited. Cold Age India Private Limited. Huge round of applause. We really extend our heartfelt gratitude to the exhibitors for promoting the exhibition and for putting up the stall for our today's conference. Thank you so much. Going ahead with our next exhibitors is EcoZen. 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 Let's welcome our next exhibitor, Arctic Solutions. Arctic Solutions. Arctic Solutions. Huge round of applause from the audience. Our next exhibitor is Testo. Testo. The entire team, you can come on the stage. Testo. Huge round of applause from the audience, please. And last but not the least, let's welcome our last exhibitor, Gobi Technologies. Gobi Technologies. Thank you so much. And that was the token of appreciation and the memento which we were supposed to give to all the exhibitors and the sponsors. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to please give a round of applause for Mr. Salil Zaveri. He's an advisory member for NAB CCM. And also, I request Mr. Sarvesar Avinasa to please come on the stage and present. Okay, so we have one last gold sponsor left. Envirotainer, are they here with us? Envirotainer, huge round of applause. Okay, sir, please go ahead. Thank you so much. And for the last picture, for the last photograph, I request Avinash sir and Sarvesh sir to please come ahead on the stage with your presence, and let's add more grace to the picture frame with the Salil Zaveri sir. Why don't you come ahead and pose with him? We would like to keep these memories engraved with our today's conference. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sarvesh sir. Thank you, Avinash sir. I request both of you to please be on the stage. And Salil sir, thank you so much for doing the honors. Thank you. Please take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the ceremony, the end of the conference ceremony. I would like to put it that way. We would like to thank all our partners, sponsors, exhibitors, and of course, the wonderful audience without whom this event wouldn't have been possible. And your energy and of course, your patience, we really appreciate a lot. Thank you so much. Be a participant as always whenever we need you. And I probably feel there should be a round of applause for that entire audience over here. On that note, as we approach to the conclusion of this insightful and inspiring day, I take the moment and would like to reflect on the ideas and connections we have built to deliver the vote of thanks. May I please request Mr. Avinash Verma and Mr. Sarvesh sir to please come ahead. They are the founders and the co-founders of NAP CCM to the podium and address to our wonderful audience. Can we please give a round of applause once again?
Good evening, everyone, and thank you all for being a part of this initiative and joining this cold chain community conference. And we look forward for your participations in future as well. So I would like to hand over to Sarvesh to close this session with his speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Avinash. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As we draw the enriching day to close, I want to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for making the Cold Chain Community Conference 2025 such a resounding success. In just one day, we have shared an incredible wealth of knowledge, innovation, and inspiration. The discussions held here, from sustainable cold chain practices and digital transformations to quality standards, accreditation, and workforce development, have reaffirmed the strength and potential of our community. I would like to extend heartfelt thank you to all distinguished guests, industry partners, and experts who joined us today and made this conference meaningful. Thank you once again for being part of this community and your continued commitment for excellence in cold chain community. Thank you. And wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Avinash sir. Thank you, Sarvesh sir, for that closing notes. Well, we really appreciate and can't thank you all enough. Thank you so much. And yes, be a part of the cold chain event whenever we require you. Always be a participant. You are most welcome. Well, on that note, I would like to pull the curtain down for today's conference. And yes, there's a last segment which is happening. Don't you all worry, it's a high tea segment. Yes, you all are requested to please go ahead and enjoy your tea. Of course, this is going to be a networking tea break. So please enjoy, exchange your visiting cards, your ideas. And once again, thank you so much. This is your host, Anchor Priyanka Happan, signing off from today's conference. Thank you.